Zint Casca, what's going on? 1977, welcome. Cali Boy 77, what is up? Welcome to. Y'all are pouring in right now. So, I think you guys know what's fixing to happen. We're going to check the heat treat out on this D2. I'm going to let a few more people get in here. We'll start at 5 o'clock. But, what have you guys been up to today? Because if you've seen my community posts, I have been in the garage making lanyard beads, which are they're going up for sale. They are going up for sale. Jerry, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother? So we're gonna give it a couple minutes, and we're gonna start cutting at 5. The Walmart next to work didn't have one, but the Walmart next to the house did. So you may have to check different Walmarts. Ones with better, more robust sporting goods sections should have it for you. Maxilla, what's going on, man? How you doing, man? How's school going? But yeah, like my day. Oh, nice. Yeah, like I wouldn't worry so much about Ozark Trail, but this is kind of special. If the heat treatment's good, this is going to be the best knife for $10. Period. Like just hands down, end of story. But I'm gonna turn my Wi-Fi on. Bear with me so I don't forget. There we go. Honestly, just the Buck 110. Like, I've used my Buck 110, but that's from 1980 and it's been worn in really heavily. Yeah, like I will say the Buck 110 has a reputation for being one of the best just all-around carries for any purpose whatsoever, just about in human history, basically. Like I know the the edge will take some use. That being said, the 440 won't chip out on you. It might roll a little bit, but you can sharpen that out pretty easily. That being said, I would not buy a cheap knockoff of that thing. If you're gonna go the Buck 110 route, save up and get the original. Like if we're gonna do the poor man buying knives deal, look for stuff like this. Like this is what you do when you don't have any money to work with. $10. Again, if this thing goes dull after an hour, we got a problem. If it's legit D2 though, I'm looking for about 4 hours. Yeah, the 110 used to be a lot cheaper, and then I don't know what it is now, but last time I looked at getting a new one after I did the live stream with my old one, I was like, yeah, no, I'm not paying that for a knife that I'm only going to use for a live stream one time. Just not happening. Hang on. That was bothering me. Yeah, I've lost all my money on bills too. There's my emotional support scented candle. Which is part of why the Etsy shop is going up. Which, if you guys are interested in picking up some lanyard beads, I know some of you guys definitely like what you're seeing. It's not quite a clone of a bug out. The video I did after carrying this earlier today has the bug out, the drop bear, and this thing all next to each other. So you can see. Seshlahim? Yeah, no, I'm not trying to hurt myself. I am not. Not at all. But yes, this is very similar to the bug out, but it's not a direct clone. The drop bear, that could be considered a bug out clone. Like there's a bunch of knives now that could be considered a knockoff, bug out. Zaha Zedan, what's going on? I hope I pronounced that right, but welcome. In about 5 minutes here, we're going to start trying to wreck the edge of this thing. Justin, Ohio, what's going on, man? How you doing? Yeah, it is. Again, it's not quite a knockoff, but the similarities are there. They are. Shaz Wallace, what's going on? I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome. So, if you're just getting here, we are going to see how long it takes to wreck the edge of this thing. If it takes 4 hours to really tear the edge up, we got a screaming bargain here. Vex VR, what's going on? Yeah, still. The Greg, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, you got 5. That's more than one. The only reason I have as many as I do is because, like, one, they're one of my kind of favorite small things in life. And 2, I got this channel going, so I got to have new stuff coming in. Niggin the Savior, what's going on? Jesse Hansen, Gabriel Morrow, what's going on? Welcome. I'm trying to shout everyone out that comes in. But so the Bowie knife, if you're trying to carry it for just everyday use, it's going to be too big to be practical. But if you have a specific need for it, yeah, it's fine. If you need a really big knife for something, yeah, if you're trying to defend yourself, sure. Thank you, Gabriel. Just a guest, what's going on, man? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get into knives, like figure out what you're doing with it. Gabriel, what's up? Like, if you're trying to carry a knife for just general everyday use, basic cutting, breaking down cardboard, doing stuff like that, you want to be in about this size range, and a folding knife is going to be the most convenient thing in the world, and it's going to be acceptable in the most places. There's a lot of places where you're not. Jake, what's going on? Mid Glass, what's up? We're gonna fuck the edge of this thing all up, like bad. Yeah. So I mean, I've got an autographed Rambo knife. I've got a couple of Bowie knives. I've got a couple of kukris. They're fun. They are fun. And if you're gonna buy one just to hang on a wall, you've got a lot of options that are cheap. Knives are life. What's up? You can go through and buy the cheapest thing you can find just to hang on the wall that looks cool, which you've got a lot of freedom there. I would recommend it if you want a wall hanger. But if you're looking for practicality, Josh, what's going on? If you're looking for practicality, nah. But Josh, what's going on? This is it says it's D2. This says it's D2, and we're gonna find out if that is D2 and it's heat treated well. Because if it's ACR, we know how long it's gonna last. If it's anything below D2, we know it's gonna be lower than 4 hours. If it's not heat treated well, we know 4 hours. Punisher, what is up? I like planes. I don't really have any. I take that back. I have the Broke Boy bushcraft knife right here, the Mora knife. But I don't do bushcrafting. I live in the city. Like, I live in a suburban neighborhood. I'm on a cul-de-sac. Like, I don't have a way to do bushcrafting unless I spend time and money to go somewhere to do it, which I'm not doing. So yeah. So this thing should hold up pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and get fired up on this, but like I said, for $10, you get an Axis lock. You get it. It's riding on bearings, D2. I think the handle's polypropylene. Like, as long as this thing holds up pretty well, this is a screaming good deal. So let's take a look at the edge real quick. Show y'all where we're starting. And I need to grab more copy paper, but yeah, so we got a nice sharp blade. We're doing good here. It kind of shaves, kind of doesn't. But we're going to call this at 5 o'clock. What do I have here? Oh, yeah. Kodiak Waffles. Your sins have been noted, and it's time to pay now. But yeah, like I said, if y'all... right? I would have loved to have kept that 50. I mean, we had a good crowd coming in. That's okay. And this thing is slicing really well so far. Like, this is coming out of the gate swinging. And it feels pretty comfortable. However, the Axis lock button right here may start to hotspot after a while. We're going to see how that do. But yeah, like I said, I spent my day in the garage, at least when I was not sitting in bed, making more lanyard beads. Those are going up for sale. So if anyone wants one, they will be available to buy. Because honestly, I'm trying to pay my bills here. We are broke, and I need to alleviate some of that where I can. Like, I don't have enough energy or the right schedule to pick up like a second part-time job anywhere. Like, that's not in the cards. So I got to do something. And I can do this. I can make a batch of them when I'm feeling good, get them listed, try to get them sold, and it wouldn't take a ton of them being sold to help out. Oh no, like, we're paying as many bills as we can. We're just still coming up short. JC Mountain Ajar, what's going on, man? How you doing? No, I can't get overtime. Like, the overtime has to stay at 0 hours and 0 minutes. One time I almost got written up for going 4 minutes over. That is not an option. Trust me, if I could have overtime, I'd take it. I'd be taking at least 10 hours overtime every week. All is well, man. We're going in on the new Ozark Trail Axis Lock in D2 and seeing how well it holds up. Um, and we're just hanging out, having a good time. And so far, this thing is doing a good job slicing, which doesn't happen that often on a hollow grind into a flat, but I'll take it. The blade stock's reasonably thin. Like, that's good. That's a good blade thickness. And I'm definitely enjoying this thing. Now, if y'all are new here and haven't seen this before, we're doing at least 4 hours of this. One way or another, we're doing at least 4 hours of this. So buckle up and get ready for the ride. Well, yeah, it's fun going in on something that you have no mechanical sympathy for whatsoever. It's like, you don't do this on purpose, so you do want to, preserve your edge at least somewhat. But here it's like, no, we're wrecking this edge. We are wrecking this edge. It did not come in a box. Let me grab the packaging it came in. I'll also grab a couple of beads. Show you what I made. So this is what the Ozark Trail came in. You get a blister pack. Like, that's what you get, just like every other Ozark Trail out there, pretty much. But, yeah, so you might be able to see here. I don't know how good the lighting is going to be on your side, but, I got some resin right here. Got another chunk of resin right here. Fook Doozle, what's up? And then I got a piece of acrylic right here. So that's the kind of stuff I've been making. Yeah, I mean, these are Ozark Trail knives. Like, they don't come in boxes at all. Yeah, Punisher, truck update. What's up with the truck? Yeah, and like I make a lot of them out of wood too. The wood is a bit easier to do than the resin is, because the resin, one, it's harder on the tools. It chews your tools up. It chews the edge up on your tools, especially if you're like me and you're using cheap broke boy tools. Wood, you can kind of blast through it, and you don't have to spend so much time polishing it. Like, that resin takes a long time to polish up to that kind of gloss. A long time. But like, I did make a wooden bead out of some random piece of spalted stuff that I had laying around. Just left over from my the days when I made pins. Woo! All right. Glad to hear the truck's there. And my truck update is, I'm pretty sure I got it fixed. I should pass emissions in about another 50 or 60 miles to travel. And I want to be pissed off too, because it was like a $12 part that took 2 fucking minutes to change in my driveway before I left for work. New editor, what's going on, man? Nice job on the profile name and the I guess pictures with it. I don't know how the hell you do that, man. That's nice. Okay, yeah, the font and the little pictures on either side. I guess they would count as some kind of emoji. I don't know. Oh yeah. We're doing quite good here. If you haven't seen it, we got the $10 Ozark Trail in D2, which I'm super pumped about. This thing is just so far ridiculous for $10. And now we're seeing, one, if it actually is D2 like they say it is, and how good the heat treatment is. If we get 3.5 to 4 hours out of this, yep, we're good. But Walmart. This is an Ozark Trail from Walmart. It's $10. But yeah, so if you remember last live stream when Bushcraft Outdoors was here and he was talking about maybe the mass airflow sensor, and I was like, yeah, I haven't even thought of that. Turns out, oh, sorry, man. But it turns out my truck does not have a mass airflow sensor. So I was just poking around trying to figure out what it could possibly be. And I pull some weird little dingus out of the air intake. And I go online and start digging around, and I find out that my truck has an air intake temperature sensor. That seems to have been what it was. The truck's running a hell of a lot better now, and the check engine light has stayed off for about 60 miles. The last time I tried anything and reset the computer in the truck, it lasted about 6 miles before the light came back on. I don't have a Discord or a Facebook yet. I've talked to you guys about it before. Like, I don't even really have enough time and energy to dump a ton of work into Instagram. Trying to manage and moderate a Discord server would be way too much right now. All right, JC Mountain Ajar, I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for your time. I've got Knives, I guess, on Facebook. Like, I set the page up just so the name doesn't get stolen somehow, and eventually I'll get the page set up and get it running. So right now I do not have free time when I have energy. Now, that being said, yeah, like, I don't have time to dump into that. Like, the only reason I'm spending time in the garage making the lanyard beads is thanks, new editor. Yeah, I'm slowly building. Like, we hit 1,000 subscribers not too terribly long ago, so we're slowly building right now. But yeah, the thing is, it's like everything about this channel is jank as hell. All right, the lights are just some LEDs from Five Below that have been slapped onto a piece of cardboard. Josh Morris, what's up? Some Spydercos are made in China. They are. Oh, that's not too shabby, man. And I do want to see pictures because I like the older Dodges with the flat front and the Dodge grill. Those guys just look cool. If y'all don't mind bearing with me here, I'm going to adjust my ring light and my cord because those are both in my line of sight and making it real hard to focus on what I'm doing. Like, it is so irritating. What do you think would be coolest with the LEDs? Because, like, honestly, I tried to get it to just, roll through RGB and do that. But these lights don't have that setting. And new editor, being that you're a recent arrival, go ahead and pick for me Robot, Ninja, Frankenstein, Grim Reaper, Scuba Guy, Mummy, Knight, or Alien. Pick one of those for me. Dwayne Letterman, what's going on, dude? How you doing, man? You got that sin cut, right? Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, this right here is just a small folding bench. Like, this is like 21 inches by 14 inches or something like that. Okay, options. Robot, Ninja, Frankenstein, Grim Reaper, Mummy, Knight, Scuba Guy, or Alien. But yeah, like, I can't really put anything down on this. It's not going to get destroyed. And I mean, this thing is tiny. Let's go in another Kodiak box. Yeah, did you like the beat I threw in there? All right, Grim Reaper it is. Gentlemen, let's lower the property value. Come on. Yeah, like I usually like to make a couple to throw in with giveaway winnings. Um, just to, kind of help it's like, they're not like the most expensive knives or the fanciest or anything, but it's nice to throw something in there. To kind of help set it apart from, say, thank you, new editor. I think we've been doing that since the first or second live stream, something like that. Like, everybody seems like I brought it down here trying to be funny, and then everybody liked it, so they stayed. Speaking of which, I'll mention it a few times tonight, but the Super Chat Fund has gotten us halfway to the edge sharpness tester. So we're getting there, guys. We're doing it. I mean, you can call me Knives, I guess. I mean, I'm not sure what you're looking for here, Sint. That. The blue names, we got some channel members and we got some moderators. Punisher and Fook are my moderators in here. And then we got some channel members. Let's see. The channel members are green names. So yeah, once you hit moderator for a channel's live streams, you get the blue name. Yeah, they have been around for quite a while. They are well trusted. They know what I'm looking for here, and they know how to stand on business if someone comes in here acting a fool. So like a moderator, if somebody comes in and they're doing some racist or dumb shit that we don't like here, they can just kick them out. Yeah, they just banham them. They just give them the ban hammer. Which Fook's gotten his first kill. I've gotten my first kill. Yeah, let me adjust this. This is getting real old. Sorry, guys. Bear with me here. Okay, is that still straightened out? Not quite. Yeah, no, he's hanging out waiting for it. Like I say, he still needs to get his stripes. He still needs to get his first kill. Yeah, well, we have one guy. He just comes in here. I'm working with one of my bigger knives, doing the live stream. He just comes in. Is this how you defend yourself from black people? And I warned him, but Fook's like, nope, you're banned. Like, that was it. Like, Fook had my back on that one. I was trying to be nicer than I needed to be. Rizzy Chiapa, what's going on? If you're asking about this, it's Ozark Trail. It's a $10 knife from Walmart. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, we don't get political here. We don't get into politics. We don't get into religion, nothing like that. But, there's language and there's stuff that isn't tolerated and will get you straight up banned from here. So you roll in here acting a fool, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and I'm sure some guys get bored and they try to come in and speed run getting banned. So and anytime you're doing a live stream, you got any kind of an audience, like, that's what's going to happen. Guys are going to come in here and act like an idiot to try to get banned. Oh, Boinky Blades. Gotcha. I really have never heard that. That is a new one to me. No. So tomorrow I've got stuff I've got to do, and I got to be up in the morning for work. Arthur Gasky, what's going on, man? But no, like, my lives are pretty much once a week unless something special comes up or I got something that I really, really want to do. You know, I'll be honest, 4 to 6 hours of doing this really wears me out, but I got to get up and go to work tomorrow. I have 8 of them, Fook. 8. Work. Grim Reaper, Alien, Robot, Scuba Guy, Night Mummy. Ninja and Knight. No, you got the Knight. Frankenstein. That's the one you're missing. What would be your question? It's like, hey kids, how about that Skibidi Toilet Riz, Ohio? That's cool, right? But yeah, my work schedule is very erratic. I haven't done a Q&A. But then again, I also haven't had enough of an audience for a Q&A to really be a big deal, you know? Oh, cool, Fook. You know, that's like a meet and greet. Like, the channel has 1,400 subscribers. That's it. You know, it is fantastic that it's grown that much, but it's not big enough to warrant doing stuff like that yet. Now, that being said, oh no, that is a joke that we've had for a minute here. Trying to talk to like little brain rot kids. And I just feel like that's a funny statement. That's kind of like walking in and going, hello, fellow children, how do you do? Which is an old meme. I don't know if it's old enough that it still isn't circulating somewhere, but Steve Buscemi going, you know, hello, fellow kids. Which I actually bought that music band t-shirt. The whole Gen Z thing, Gen Alpha, it's just total bullshit. You know, everyone's just trying to look at someone to be mad at, and literally every single generation, the guys from the previous generation are mad at the younger generation because they're not doing it how we did. They're soft and feminized. I got tired of that shit 30 years ago. Did I say hey to Kenneth Williams? No, I did not. Hey, Kenneth Williams, welcome. Yeah, like you know, it's been like that every generation, you know, and the kind of brain rot, the memes, the jokes, all that, it's the same thing every generation, just it's different subjects, basically. Rizzy, no, I don't have any ballad songs. Like, I get asked that a lot, but the thing is, I buy stuff I will carry and use. I don't have a good way to carry and use a ballad song, you know? Like, sometimes the lives happen on the weekend. I got to look at my work schedule, but it's very, very rare that I have a day off on the weekend. Like, I work retail, so my schedule, Gons, what's up? I've got a Lightning OTF upstairs. That's the extent of that, because like I'm not going to waste money on a crappy OTF. I've also got the Schrade Viper, just because I got that for cheap, which might be in this box. I know I had it at one point earlier. Maybe I didn't toss it in my box of crap. Well, the Schrades. Oh, yeah. But what was I going to say? Oh, I was tracking my train of thought. But yeah, my other OTF is a Schrade Viper, and it ain't great. You know, it works as an OTF, but you got to fire it from the very bottom right here. And then you got to reach up and push a safety to release it so you can close it. Like, it works, and I paid $40 for it, which I think it's worth $40 and not a penny more. But I don't have, like, I've got a laptop, but it's an old laptop, not suitable for doing this. And no iPad. I'm just doing this on, like, my current phone is filming this, and the phone that I upgraded out of is the one I'm reading the comments on my right-hand side. Eventually, if the channel grows enough to just, like, if the channel grows enough and I'm bringing in enough income to pay for equipment, to to try to grow the channel further from that point. You know, I'll be looking at the easiest way to get stuff I can edit with, and, you know, start editing music into the videos, stuff like that. Like my laptop trying to run YouTube would be like watching it on a potato. But yeah, like, so my work schedule, that's what I was talking about. Like most weeks, I'll come in Saturday and open the store, and then I may or may not open on Sunday, and then I close the store for a couple days, and I come back in and open again. So this is kind of, the live streams get scheduled when I can do them, you know? Probably not working on Christmas Day. But that run up leading to Christmas is going to be brutal. Yeah, like I'm not about to have a job that has me working on Christmas Day unless they're paying me a lot of money for it. Like, you know, I'm not big on holidays to begin with. However, the wife is. The kids still enjoy holidays, so you know, that's on them. Now that you mention it, though, trying to schedule some kind of live stream tied to Christmas is actually not a bad idea. I may have to go find a Christmas themed knife, even if it sucks and it's garbage. I think we need to do that. New editor, you're onto something there. But yeah, like the gifts right now, it's just going to be you know, super chats, and that's anything that goes into super chat is going straight back to the channel. In this case, edge sharpness tester. Well, this is both just for fun and to see how many hours it takes to wear the edge out. We're starting to get a good idea how long different steels take to get worn out. Like this is D2. We have done a bunch of D2 knives now, so D2 pretty much always takes about 4 hours to wear out on a decent factory edge. And because this Ozark Trail is $10, we're looking to see if it actually is D2 with a decent heat treatment that holds up for the 4 hours. But yeah. So, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're really testing how long it takes to wear the edge out. And this is a good way to do it with the supplies I have on hand, and a good way to hang out with you guys. Yeah, like I may try to figure out how to do something for Christmas. That's not a terrible idea. Yes, I have made a couple of my own knives. They're kind of iffy on their heat treatments. Because like I only kind of know what I'm doing there. Like I've watched a lot of YouTube University, and I've played around in my shop. Like I've got a full blacksmithing shop in my garage. All right. I have the equipment to make knives, but neither the skills nor the patience to make good knives. That's the issue. And like, dude, there are Halloween themed knives out there that I really wanted to get. Like I think there was a Civivi Halloween theme last year. Very limited release. Well, and I mean, my thing is too, like the process of learning how to get good at making knives and make good knives is expensive as hell. Like, at least the way things are done now. You know, the equipment you need, like the equipment, you can kind of get by with some of it, but you know, like if you're learning, you got to treat your abrasive belts like they're free. Do you know how expensive 2x72 belts are that are even halfway decent and aren't, you know, just aluminum oxide Deerfoss stuff from China? Like you're talking about 12 to 18 bucks per belt, and you have to treat those like they're free. Like those coarse belts, 30, 36 grit, they wear out like quickly, and like I can't afford to do that. Now, currently I am using my 2x72, but that is whenever I cut a blank down to length and drill out of it, and drill through it, I'll use that to knock the corners off. Damascus. Someone said the word. Damascus. I made this 93-ish layer raindrop Damascus, and look at that D-lam. Look at it. But the first billet that I ever made was this guy right here. It's 14 layer lazy twist, and I made myself a Kiradashi out of it. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm still upset about it, but I've had time to get over it. Gravy Seal, man, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You get to pick a figure. We already did the Grim Reaper, so Robot, Ninja, Frankenstein, Mummy, Knight, Scuba Guy, Alien. Pick yourself out a figure. If you want, we can do Grim Reaper again. You got your pick, dude. Thank you, Gravy Seal. Like I said, my 2x72 is actually getting used. Well, I tell you what, I'm gonna do the Knight for you because I happen to like that one, and everybody else seems to as well. So you get one of the good ones. There we go. That's what the figures do. Like, if enough time goes by and something hasn't happened, I'll let someone pick a figure. Yes, so all their faces are butts. That's the whole joke behind them. They're all butts. Okay, we got some heavier cardboard, 44-pound crush test. Let's see how it handles those. Still slicing decent. We don't have to push too hard into it, but the difference is noticeable. Yeah, they are available on Amazon, the whole set, and they are called butt heads. That was the thing, like, I was scrolling through my random feed on YouTube, and some toy review channel popped up of all things, and the dude was doing a review of those. I'm like, I have to buy those? All of them? Now? And we have got to get into the Forbidden Moonshine when we do our next test, because this has got this, I guess it's a DLC coating. So much gunk from the tape is sticking to it. And unfortunately, for the next 2 weeks, the next 2 live streams, knives are already picked out. Next week is going to be the Kaiser Nice Guy with that Nitro V, which still, tomorrow, I believe I'm going to put the video up for the channel member only giveaway for the other Nice Guy that I carried and sharpened. So, why? Hang on. My chat is jacked up. Sent, what's your secret? Sorry, my chat froze. Yeah, just keep 12 pounds of tannerite center mass. Good for you, Zint. Keep 12 pounds of tannerite center mass at all times, so if you do get hit by a sniper, they get a good show. Oh, Jesus Christ, that was a hard cut. What in the hell? Yeah, Scent's starting to get there. Like, this is your heads up, Scent. Oh, that's a good idea too. A Tannerite hat? Yeah. That is not a terrible idea. But yeah, no, the members only giveaway. Like, I'll show you guys what the knife is if you haven't seen it. But it's going to be one of these, a Kaiser Nice Guy with aluminum scales and a Nitro V blade. This thing is really, really good. This is probably one of my favorites I've seen in a while, just for overall all the things. Very, very good. They finally sent me one with a good factory edge instead of the one I got at Blade Show, so that thing is good. The factory edge is solid. Do I want to cut more Duncan? Let's try one of these narrow ones and see if it holds up. Yeah. You can still join and become a channeling member. I think somewhere around your screen it should say join. I'm not sure exactly where. So yeah, if you tap the Knives I Guess icon in the top left corner of your screen, it'll take you to the page where you can join. Because yeah, and of course, you know that Nice Guy is going to come with a couple of beads. You already know. Yeah, I'm, you know, and if you guys weren't here for the Kaiser Sheepdog XL live stream, that was 8 hours straight. That was an 8-hour live stream, and so now I'm hoping to get 8 hours out of that the Nitro V on that blade. Because we haven't tested out Nitro V yet. Yeah, it's one thing that I want eventually is I want to buy property like a good 10, 15 acres because I know how to build a backstop. We have not done VG10. Yeah, we've done VG10. We have. I think it was so-so. I'd have to go back and watch the Aftermath video. I've done so many of these. I think that was kind of middle of the pack. But, yeah, we haven't done Nitro V. I said, because the VG10 was on the Albatross Cool Flipper. That's where we did our VG10. Brother, I can't afford Magna Cut. Okay? Magna Cut, no. We do have S30V in the mix. I threw my Bug Out CF Elite in the box, so we get through the next 2 weeks of knives. Because like the next 2 weeks are covered. All right, I've got that Nice Guy next week, and the week after that, I've got the Gin Knives Vaquero. And after that, we're going back to the random knife. I have no idea what you mean by can I afford the 420. KO Knives, what's up, man? Welcome back, welcome back. So, yeah, but once I get through the next 2 weeks of live stream knives, we're going back to the 20-sided die, picking one at random. and the oh yeah, 420 stainless. Yeah, we're going back to the 20-sided die, picking one at random, and that bug out's going back in the mix. Because I do want to see how long it takes to wear out. Yeah, so, bro, I can't tell you how much I want a couple of old surgical steel knives from back in the 90s to do this to them. Yeah, like all the knives I had that said surgical steel on them either got lost or broken back in when I got them. Trying to think, the only thing I have left from way back when is the Schrade Beast. And that I got in like 1998 or 1999, one of the two. Well, that thing's seen some shit. But, you know, a lot of the stuff that I had from back before around 1995 or so, because I was chasing down safe places to get high with no consequences. Like, you make so many emergency shit just went sideways moves, it's not funny. And every time you do that, you leave with less and less of your personal property. Because friends will turn on you, arguments will happen, like you get in a fight, and then you're suddenly not allowed to live there anymore. Like, all kinds of shit can happen. Yeah, I think my first knife was a Swiss Army knife my uncle gave me when I was a little kid. And I had it with me at school, and this was back in like 1989. It used to be all right to have one, but, you know, all I'm doing is sitting there cutting an apple with it, kind of out of sight of everybody. And somebody looked under the table and then went and tattled, and all hell broke loose. And like, the environment was nothing like it is now. I mean, nothing. You know, like I carried a bunch of days when I had a knife to carry. That being said, again, they get broken or lost so often that, you know, there'd be a lot of days where I just didn't have one. Yeah, so that was a weird experience. That was a valuable learning experience. Okay, so we did our 44-pound edge test cardboard. I got enough Frito-Lay boxes to last us another 4 live streams again, probably. Yeah, I wish I could go back and get those old knives I had that I you know, that have disappeared over the years. But you know, there's no way to do that. That would be cool. All right, Cali boy, appreciate you being here, man. Appreciate your time. Punisher, see you in a few. Everybody's bailing on me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm still here. Great, Gravy. That's the funny thing about betrayal, Gravy Seal. Never comes from your enemies. Oh, wow, yeah. I think the Engage is on my wish list, but that's also too expensive for now. Too expensive for now. Gravy Seal, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much again. If you'd like, you can pick another figure out. Which fart do we see this time? The knives I made are kind of scattered all over the place, dude. Like, I don't even know where some of them are. Like, the ones that I know I can find are the ones right there that I showed earlier, the Damascus. I would literally have to go dig through everything in this room and spend about an hour trying to track the ones I've made down. Now, I will say one thing that I haven't shown in a minute. That right there. Now, this thing here, I was really proud of this because I cut the skin off a bowling ball and flattened it out to make these scales. And that was just a great idea. However, I didn't do the heat treatment right, and there's all kinds of micro fractures all down the back of this thing. Like, I messed up on that heat treat so bad. So, of course, the one that always gets shown is the Damascus Kiridashi that I made for myself with the first billet of Damascus I made. And then we got the Raindrop Damascus failure that, you know, that D-Lam right there. So that's what I have within reach. I don't even know if this thing will cut. Kinda. Like, I was trying to build like a big ass chopper and something I could go in the woods and really thrash on. If I hadn't fucked up the heat treatment, this would have been golden. This would have been so much fun. Oh, Gravy Seal, I am not selling knives. Are you shitting me? Like, I would have to. I'd have to spend a lot of time making them and get so much better at making them before I'd even think about selling one. It's like I tried to sell a couple, and I thought they were good when I sold them, but looking back on it now, I was like, no, I overcharged for stuff that wasn't really fully cooked. Yeah. I'm not making them anymore, dude. Like, I'm not making knives. Like, I don't have the money, the time, the energy, or the patience to try making knives again. Bro, not selling them. No. My Damascus knives are mine. That Kiridashi, nobody's getting it but me. I'm considering being cremated with it. I'm not sure, like I'm sure if you Googled up Damascus Kiridashi, all right, something would pop up. All right, Damascus neck knife, something will pop up. I'm not sure exactly what. You know, I got some friends that are knife makers, but you know, having something like that commissioned. Ah, dude, nice. Yeah, I want to see how that works out. As I said, what I think they did was just try to drill and tap the bone itself instead of going into the liner, and that's probably where it went wrong. If they would have gone down to the liner and then threaded the liner and ran screws through there, it probably would have been fine. But yeah, Jen's awesome. Those guys are awesome. Chef Rocky, what's going on, man? How you doing? Our first ever channel members here. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, we got a members only giveaway. I think I'm going to do the video on that and announce it tomorrow and let it stay up for a week. What the fuck is this shit? Let it stay up for a week so that people have a chance to enter. But we are doing the Kaiser Nice Guy, and I'm throwing in a couple of lanyard beads that I made, which the batch I made today is fire. Like, they good. Man, this thing is still cutting. Cutting. So our other Ozark Trail Axis lock knives have been beat. We have made it up into the first hour here without the edge completely blowing out. I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing pretty good. I finally figured out I think I finally figured out what the hell was wrong with my truck and why it wouldn't pass emissions. So now I need to get another 60, 70 miles-ish on the truck without getting pulled over, and then I can go do emissions and actually get my tag renewed. Yeah, and I'm transferring at work to a different store, which means my schedule should be good again. You know, I have a consistent schedule instead of, you know, open, close, close, open, close in the same week. I cannot keep doing that. You know, when you do that, your life outside of work is completely destroyed, and you stay just too exhausted to function all day, every day. But you know, and we're here doing this, going in on the $10 Ozark Trail in D2. You know, I've been pumped to do this because I really want to see how the heat treatment is on it. And I'll be honest, we're still cutting really good. All right, KO, see you in a little bit, man. I'm going to tap into my emotional support Mountain Dew. So yeah, we're all having a great time here. The heat treat's good so far. Like I said, when we hit the 4-hour mark doing this, that's going to be D2 with a good heat treatment. But so far, I'm cautiously optimistic. Like I said, D2 should be able to do this for about 4 hours. But no, you cannot complain for $10. You know, the Harbor Freight Gordon GK23 took about 2.5 hours of this because it's on 8CR13. So as long as it beats that 2.5 hours, like, we have got the new reigning king of the $10 knives. Like, I don't think a better knife is out there for 10 bucks. If this D2 is heat treated right, I don't think it exists. Bink and Smith, what's up? No, my wife would have way too many questions. I appreciate your optimism, though. I'm flattered, but you have to take it past that. Oh, so I was gonna make another joke, but I can't think of one. Damn it. It's not G10. These are injection molded scales, and I'm almost entirely sure it's polypropylene. Almost entirely sure. However, the polypropylene still feels nice. It's smooth. The checkering is not crazy. My grip on it's been good so far. I don't know about the grip in wet conditions, but it feels like you should have some grip on it even then. Thank you, Bink and Smith. I've only got like, I think one real knife. Oh yeah, the Harbor Freight knife. It's G10, I believe. But no, so like I don't really have anything. That's all right. You can waste your time doing it. I don't have anything above $200 except for one that was a gift from a friend, and that's not getting used for this. I've carried it. I enjoy it. That's the knife I grab when I'm not feeling so good and I want to give myself at least a little bit of a pickup. You know, but like I said, most of my stuff is in the under $50 range. Like that's kind of where we live and die here. So that's what we end up doing the most of around here. And you know, this is kind of cool. You know, I don't see guys doing this much work to test out knives in the sub $50 range to really give out, you know, good viable information. Most of your sub 50 reviews are taking it out of the box, you know, opening and closing it 3 or 4 times like, hey, this thing's awesome. Like, and I'm still not 100% used to the timing on this one, but you know, it's just like, yeah, this thing is awesome. Go ahead and go out and get it. Like, you know, like those reviews drive me nuts. You didn't use the knife. You opened and closed it like 4 times and gave your appraisal of it. And like we've had knives that honestly, at first blush, you know, the first time I looked at it out of the box, I thought it was great. Then I carried it and used it. It's like, no, it looks cool, but it's trash. Yeah, no, the first impression's fine. Uh-oh, Bink and Smith's a knife maker here. Well, you owe me $500 for testing your knife out, Bink and Smith. Like we're on an agreement here. This is a paid live stream. It's like, this is a prime example here. This thing, I really liked it when I got it out of the box, and then I carried it for a week and used it, and this is one of the worst things I've ever purchased. This thing is absolute misery with a piece of steel, and it sucks because I like the way it looks. It looks cool, but this thing sucks balls. Yeah, back to the ST-155. Like, I regret spending that money. Well, you keep your friends close, but you keep your enemies closer. And like I've told you guys, if you're at Blade Show Atlanta 2025 and you're the first person to spot me and recognize me, you get that ST-155. Zachy, man, what's going on? Welcome. Binkus Smith is trying to get hurt here. That's all that is. Damn, yeah, I was wondering where the hell that video was, Arkansas ADC. I'm like, where the hell is that? I don't know if I'll be able to make your live stream on Monday, but I'd like to see it be opened. Oh, Zachy, man, you've just really missed this. Yeah, hopefully you're able to cut out the part where you get it open and look inside the box. So I said I need to take a look at my work schedule, but yeah, I believe I'm closing on Monday. So I will be at work from like 2 or 3 p.m. until 11:30 or midnight. That's Monday, fucking shit. It's going to be midnight at least. It may be pushing 1 in the morning. Oh, no, you're good, Zachy, man. No, just happy you're back, dude. Always love having eyes on this. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for just an unboxing video on that, Arkansas. Like, it's yours to do with as you please. You know, it's yours to do with as you please, of course. But I'm sure I'll find your thoughts on it out at some point. Words are so damn hard right now. You guys, this week I went from closing and getting out of work at 11:30 p.m. to getting up at 6 a.m. to go to my new store and talk to the guys there and meet everybody. Do a bit of an interview before they decided whether or not they were gonna, accept my transfer request. Then go to work, work until 7 p.m. Then come home, crash, and get up at 2 a.m. to go open the store at 4, 3 days in a row. Shit. What was, did you get this Ozark Trail? The distance to the new store is longer. It's about 17 miles. That being said, the manager I have at my current store, he's kind of worse than being forced to watch your mom's OnlyFans. Rich, what's up? What you doing, man? But, so I've got to get away from him. Like last Tuesday, we hit the point where I was either transferring or finding another job. I wasn't staying there and dealing with him anymore. When he's on his good behavior, perfectly fine to work with. I like him. But when he loses his fucking mind and can't control his temper anymore, it's like, bro, one of us is walking away or we're getting hurt. But we're going in on the new $10 Ozark Trail Banger. Speaking of which, it's time to check the edge out and do all the things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Rich, what you been getting into, man? All right, Forbidden Moonshine, ahoy. I'll tape off this DLC coating. But yeah, that's part of why, so he was one of the reasons that I wanted to move to a new store. One of the other reasons is I didn't get the promotion to assistant department manager that came open on this cycle. So one of the things that the guys that have been in management have told me is that, the next time it comes around, if you have more than one store under you, then, oh, nice. Badass, dude. But having more than one store under your belt, it looks really good. Now, let's see how well this small cut's healed up. We're doing that again. Apparently it healed up better than I thought. I was looking forward to giving y'all a show, but no, it's totally fine. Cuticle I pulled out? Well, sorry to disappoint, guys. Yeah, I'll check the email out later when I'm not on a live stream, because it's not like I need to be showing your face off. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't appreciate that. So, I'm so disappointed. Like, I thought those were going to light up like a Christmas tree and y'all get a good show out of me. Bummer. Huh. All right. All right. Let's try that again. Okay. Guys, y'all see this, right? We're not getting the weird torn part of this cut where the apex is starting to wear down right here. This is still a really clean cut. There we are. We got some edge wear showing up there. I may have spoken too soon. Okay. So we got some clean cuts out of it, but yeah, seeing a little bit of edge wear, nothing too crazy. So that right there is phenomenal. I got a feeling this is going to run the whole night. Like, my hand ain't even tore up off of this. Like, I'm not feeling any hot spots or stuff. Like, you can still see here where that blister was, and I had to cut it open to drain it off of the last live stream. What the hell did we even use on that live stream? Oh, yeah, the Sentry. But yeah, like, that blister sucked, guys. And I'm going to take me about 3 more minutes to let my hand rest, and then we're going back in. If Rich is still in here, he's got a bunch of my lanyard beads. He can tell you they're badass. Which, like I said, just keep an eye out for an Etsy shop. I'll probably start setting that up tomorrow and get all that lined up and up on the, get it all up and going. That's what I'm looking for. Get it up and going. And then that'll be linked off to the channel and all that. And maybe we can get some stuff. Let's see what we can do with that. No, I can't do that anyways. My accounts are linked on my phone, and they're logged in on the phone I'm filming on, but not on the phone I'm watching this on. So I can't really do anything with that. Yeah, 2 more minutes. Yeah, like, and guys, I'm hoping the Etsy shop actually does well. Last time I set up an Etsy shop, I was making resin jewelry. You had earrings that were gummy bears, stuff like that, fridge magnets, and that was up for months and nothing sold. Like, I couldn't sell a pair of earrings for $7. Like, it was so depressing. It sucked. But, it is what it is. The only real upshot here is, even if these don't sell, I don't have money tied up into them so much. Like, this is all stuff that I had laying around from back when I was making pins. So, like, I'm not losing a bunch of money buying a bunch of materials up this time. All right, back in. I think I'm going to get some of the Insanity cardboard out too, see how it cuts that. There once was a girl named Bernice. She circumcised men with her teeth. Did neither for fame nor for love of the game, but to get at the cheese underneath. I hope somebody was watching that with their kids and had to stop and explain something. That would have been good. We didn't see Bill on the last couple of live streams, did we? However, I like how I was in the middle of a profanity-loaded tirade when Pastor Josh dropped by. That was good. And what sucks is a lot of my friends from the blacksmithing circle, they came out to Douglasville, which is not too far off from here, to do a hammer in at my buddy Josh's house. And he is an actual bladesmith. He the Blade magazine, I think for Blade Show, he had the center spread on it with one of his babies. And I was working and had no chance in hell of going. Yeah, he was the centerfold knife. Like, I was hanging out with him when he was getting started, and he had shit for equipment, and he still had a knack for making knives, and they were still coming out great. But Jesus Christ, they've gotten good now. Like, he came into some money, and he invested the money in his shop, and bought a lot of nice toys that I haven't seen and I want to play with, but I haven't gotten the chance to get out and see him. And so I think he said he got a hydraulic press, which I am very jealous of. But he also got like a really, really nice, yeah, right? But like really fucking nice belt grinder. Like, my belt grinder works, but it's not the one you want if you're going to try to make knives. I have another friend of mine that he made knives with the same grinder and somehow got it to work. But, like, I haven't had much luck with that. Like, the belt only goes one speed, about a billion miles an hour. And you really want to be able to slow the belt down whenever you're doing a higher grit work. Because, like, the friction on, say, a 36 or 120 grit belt is manageable. Like, you don't have all that pressure on one area. But you get to, like, 200 or 400 grit, like, if you hesitate even the slightest bit on that thing, you burn a spot and ruin your temper, which is part of why I haven't really practiced making knives all that much. Is just that grinder is not conducive to a beginner making knives. There's like a huge learning curve to it. So that's part of why I haven't really done more work with that thing. But, you know, and right now I'm not doing work in the shop. Like, you can make hammers and stuff like that with it all you want. I've got some hammers for the forge that, you know, I've made. Then I got some that I made out of Harbor Freight hammers. Those things have got good round flat faces on them. They got like a mirror polish on them for no reason whatsoever. I just wanted a mirror polish face. Like, you talk about putting way too much work into a, you know, a $7 knife or a $7 hammer. Are you shitting me? We're starting to get the scroll wheel of doom. Right? Yeah, like I'm on Wi-Fi. It should be stable, all that. I don't know if it's a YouTube problem again. At least this time it didn't reset my timer back to, 23 minutes or something. And I'm going to have to get a new box for this stuff shortly. Unfortunately, this batch of Frito-Lay boxes is kind of wrinkled up, so these aren't going to be as easy as usual to cut. And I will tell you right now, even though I've slept as much as I possibly can before doing this, I am still catastrophically tired. Like, my brain is moving so damn slow, and I'm trying to think of anything to keep the chat going, and I got nothing. Your level, brother, I stay perpetually exhausted. Are you shitting me? You're trying to get on my level. Oh, waking up at 6 a.m. after closing. Yeah, that's just one thing that when I get to my new store. All right, I'm told it's a significantly lower volume store. Like, I am at one of the busiest ass stores in the district right now. So the lower volume store, it's going to be trying to figure out what the shit. Mad Yako, what's going on, man? Welcome back. I'm going to have a hard time figuring out what the fuck to do with myself while I'm there. But I am really, really looking forward to it. Yeah, Yako, we're going in on the Ozark Trail in D2. I gotta say, so far, thoroughly impressed. All right, let me get a new box set up for the cardboard real quick. I cannot tell you how much room I don't have for these empty boxes. Because, like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 boxes of shredded cardboard that I have yet to take to work and throw in a baler. Why, you may ask? I am driving on an expired tag, and I don't want anything in my truck to draw attention until after I get my tag renewed. Which is what's happening there. Yeah, you do got to go get one of those and test it out, man. Like, I am so impressed And I don't understand how I'm one of the earliest guys on YouTube to start running content on this thing. I don't get it. Okay. We got the 51 pounds. We got yeah, we're gonna go with this stuff right here. It's like it's got numbers that look unreal, like 90 some odd pounds. Oof, that's nuts. Like, people make the assumption that psychiatrists are supposed to be in the best mental health in the world, but there's a reason that mechanics drive ship boxes. There's a reason, as a professional landscaper, my yard looked like shit. Yeah, so I'll probably grab a couple of these a little bit later on down the road as long as they're in stock, and either do a giveaway or something with them, but something. I had to check two of them. The one next to work didn't have one. The one next to the house did. Yeah, and the one next to the house had all four of the sides of the little rolling thing on there. My microwave does 99% of the cooking, sir. Neither one of us particularly enjoy spending time in the kitchen. Let me tell you, this stuff is hard to cut. Yeah, and for those of you guys that came in later, we are a little over halfway to the edge sharpness tester goal. We're getting there, slowly but surely. All right, Fook. No, like, I am good at cooking. I have no reason to be good at it. I don't like it. I don't find a lot of joy in it. Just it's too much effort for like spending 3 hours on something you're going to eat in like 10 minutes does not make sense to me. But I'm fucking good at it. Fook's going to eat. He'll be back. Let's see if there's anything noticeable after cutting that piece up. Shit, I didn't grab more copy paper. Hang on, guys. Don't leave me. I'm still here. Still here, guys. Don't leave me. Don't go anywhere. I'm looking forward to that sharpness tester so much. Damn it, Kale! You're tearing this family apart. Yeah, a little bit of wear. That put some wear and tear on the edge, for sure. Let's get some of this lightweight flyer paper. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's holding up really well. Like I figured, like normally we have more Edge Apex wear than this far into it. You know, we fed it some hard stuff. We didn't spend the whole time cutting 44 pound like we did on the Sentry, but yeah, it's still holding up well considering. But yeah, no, it's doing really good. Yeah, let's do a whole box of 44 pounders. You know, the frustrating thing too, you know, is I've gone on YouTube and I've searched to see if anybody else is doing videos on this, and I've seen like a pocket check and something else. But guys are going to start doing videos on this when the hype train takes off, and then they're going to get like, you know, 70,000 views on it, and I'll be stuck at like 70. Whoa! These are really easy cuts. Yeah, someone got a lot right with this. Like normally hollow grinds with the flat tend to fight when you're doing stuff like this. Not a problem. Yeah, like I have not seen videos on it, and I don't know if it's just taking this long to start showing up at guys' Walmarts or what, but it seems weird that this doesn't have like a million videos already. Because like, you know, Cutlery Lover should be all over this. Shit, trying to think of who else would be a prime candidate for this. Because like Cutlery Lover especially, he should already have a video out on this. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like Metal Complex would be an okay candidate. Like I'm trying to think, Stassa 23, he would probably do videos on this. Yeah, bees. Bees for sure. And like, it's kind of a shame that I don't think it's okay for me to self-promote in any of my Facebook groups, because it would have been like, you guys come check out this live stream with this $10 knife and see how well it does. But it's all good. So I'm saying, like, once like Metal Complex or Neves gets a hold of it, I think that's going to be when it really goes nuts. Probably. You know, and if I had a direct way to connect with bees and let them know this was here, I would. But that's all good. Like I said, now that I've broken the seal on this thing, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if the hype train does pick up on it. And if it does, at least I can sit back and go, I got there first. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, if I still associated with the wife's family, if I still associated with them, like for Christmas, they do gifts for each other. All right, KO. Hopefully they have them there. But, you know, like there's a limit on the presents that we get each other is like $10. And one year they got the same Mora that I got. You know, I always try to find something cool. And this would have been perfect for this year. All right, KO. Yeah, see you in a bit. Get some videos up on this before everyone else does. Because, I mean, once people start searching for Walmart Ozark Trail Axis Lock knife again, at the very least, I may pick up some views for just being like the first guy doing this. Oh, yeah! That's the first time I've ever done that, but I would like to say welcome. I could hear that echo through the house like I fucking sent that one. But, welcome. Yeah, if this is your first live stream here, we're seeing how long it takes to fuck the edge up on this Ozark Trail. Which, so far, the D2 on this is doing fantastic. Like, we've been at it for an hour and a half, basically. And this thing is still going really strong. Like, it's the D2, 4 hours should be minimum expectation. But we should be seeing significantly more apex wear than we're seeing right now. Which I can't tell you how happy I'd be if more stuff of this quality starts coming out of Ozark Trail, because that would be a whole bunch of videos. Like, basically the cost would average out to like $3 a video. Like, that would be amazing. Yeah, we're calling this thing the Dropout, thanks to Punisher 2. Which, I mean, I think you guess it's a combination of drop, bear, and bug out. Yeah, this is what I would definitely consider a travel knife. You know, if I got to leave the house for a couple of days or something, bring this instead of something expensive. That way, if something happens, you don't care. Because, like, my favorite multi-tool I've ever had, I can't remember what the hell it was called. It's been so damn many years. But that thing... it got lost at a, basically what would have been an Airbnb back then. Way up in North Georgia. Because I still drank back then. And I was absolutely shit-faced and lost it up there. It was left somewhere in the room that we crashed in. But yeah, like, I get the feeling S35 VN is going to become the next D2, basically. I got a feeling. Don't know when it's going to happen. And then D2 is like... I'd love to say D2 would totally displace 8CR13, but the cheaper 8CR13 gets, the more knives we're going to get in it. That's just the way that works. Like, basically, the only way we're not going to get a market flooded with cheap 8CR13 knives is for 8CR13 to quit being manufactured. That's it. Yeah, and again, I'd love to tell you how MagnaCut does with this, but I don't have any. The S30V, that may be a record-setting stream. I'm going to have to do some prep work for that and catch that on a week. I don't know if I can do that random. I'm not going to lie. I don't know. We're going to have to see how my work schedule is in a couple weeks here when I get to my new store. Because like that, you know, I talked to my the guy that'll be my department manager, he's like, I'm old school, man. Your schedule's your schedule. Like, is one of the things they were asking me is like, what's your schedule look like? And I was like, bro, in the same week, it might be open, close, close, open, and close. It was like, you know, I went up there. I'm like, I'm there at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was like, well, I closed last night. I'm going in from here directly to do a full day setting ad, and then I'm opening tomorrow. But yeah, no, like a lot of companies, like I know people are upset with CRKT, but I mean, let's be realistic. 8CR13 as a basic bitch steel is still pretty good. It's gonna get you where you need to go. You know, nobody's gonna do this for 2.5 straight hours with it, besides me. You know, there are plenty of 8CR13 knives that get carried. No, they won't fit. That's what I said. It's not a 100% clone of the Bug Out. It's not. Everyone seems to think it's a clone or something. No, very similar, but not a clone. Like, they're similar, but these scales are not going to fit a Bug Out. They're not. Yeah. Well, like I said, check out the video I did comparing this with the Bug Out and the Dropout. Similar, yeah, they're trying to fill the same role. This one's doing it cheaper than anybody else. I just can't wait to hit the 2-hour mark where I can get into my emotional support caffeine. I don't think the Bug Out scales, you'd have enough material to really make that work, and I don't see, like, you'd have a hole right here that's on the Bug Out that's not on here. You know, like, you wouldn't accomplish much doing that. Like, if you're trying to pass it off as a Bug Out, you're still going to have to deal with the Ozark Trail logo, which, that would be a good intellectual joke. That would be a good academic joke. I'll give it that. That would be a great academic joke. Yeah, it's such a weird thought, man. Really? You know, one thing that I miss, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to find it again. There was a shop when I first started this habit that sold e-liquid with caffeine in it. And that was just fascinating. If Ganzo made a bug out clone, that might be like the only time that guys that, you know, hate Benchmade are okay with cloning. And like, I've looked at custom sets of bug out scales too, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to get to carry it. It ain't worth it. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. I do not envy you the undeserved markup you paid for a lot of that stuff, but you know, like Benchmade stuff is good. It's well made, at least in my experience. It's limited experience, but the Benchmades I've had, I really like. I'd still love to be able to replace my Benchmade 9000 automatic that was left on the healing bench when I left the ex-wife and most of my shit in my house. You know, I'd love to get another one of those, but they're old, they're kind of rarefied, and they cost money. Yeah, like I said, the ones I've handled have given me a good impression. The ones I've owned have given me a good impression. A lot of guys hate Benchmade, and I think a lot of that is, one, it's pineapple on pizza. It's just cool to hate Benchmade. And two, like the markup is unjustified. It really is. You know, I paid $140 for that Benchmade Bug Out CF Elite. And, you know, so I picked that one up, and that was $140. That is the most you should be paying for that. And they've just gone up in price. The older they've gotten, the more expensive they've gotten. And that's just not okay. Sorry, as it gets older, the price should come down a little bit. Like those things should be like $115, $120 at most now. You know, that's just one humble opinion, but you know, especially as the S30V has become less and less and less impressive over time, you know, it's been totally eclipsed by, you know, newer, better, faster, shinier. Like, come on, the last time I looked, they were like, that bug out was like $175, $180. It's like, that's about $65, $70 too much, in my opinion. Yeah, but still, like, you got to think they're the materials cannot cost that much. Like, the price of S30V should be coming down, considering, again, bigger, better, badder, shinier stuff has come out since then, and a lot of it. So S30V is losing its luster as a premium super steel. You know, it's not like they're not using the same parts. It's not like they've updated it with new technology, anything like that. Like, it's just, honestly, it's just the fucking prices. Like, they're out of control. And they know that they can price it like that. And plenty of people will pay. You know, that's just, it's a guarantee. I think I have put the first significant bit of edge wear on this after the 91-pound test and the couple of 44-pound test boxes we've done. That and these older, more beat-up boxes don't like being cut that much. Yeah. Sorry, that titanium tenacious, it would be a little bit of a hard sell at like $70, and that's only riding on the titanium. And considering you can get a titanium knife for like $35 and 14C28N, swing and a miss there, boo-boo. Oh no, Arkansas ADC. Like I said, it is all based on what you're willing to pay. You know, I have Benchmades that I really fucking like. Like I don't hate Benchmade at all. I just think the price argument's valid. You know, which I don't think that's totally unreasonable. Because like I said, my bug out an M390 with the aluminum scales, the fancy boy. I pull that out of the safe and carry that when I want to feel a little bit better. Yeah, and this is not the good kind of fuck it, like when Dodge says fuck it. It's like when Dodge says fuck it, they slap a Elephant motor in a fucking minivan. You know, that's the good kind of fuck it. Yeah. No, Spyderco made the bad kind of fuck it. That's exactly it. The emotional support bug out. Yeah, like I got my Tenacious from Ace on Knives. He was doing that when he was giving stuff away. He picked me for that one, and you know, he sent that to me. I carried it. I like it well enough, but you know, I looked at that price tag. I was like, not for 8CR. You know, if that would have been 14C 28N, $60 is a bit of a stretch, but that's more reasonable. Yeah. Yeah, like 40 bucks with 14C 28N. They would have had a fucking banger, like a home run. You know, that would have been something, that would have been a hype train that you could not stop. We've done 14C 28N here, and if I remember right, it performed really damn well. Because that was the Civivi Cogent that we did. The Citivian ST155 is in 14C 28N, but I don't think we got farther than 45 minutes in there before it just got too excruciating to keep cutting with. Like, I swear to God, whoever designed the Citivian ST155 has not figured out that MILF means someone else's mom, okay? I have not tried Nitro V yet. That is, that's next week's live stream. We're doing Cardboard Slayer on Nitro V next week. I carried one of these, but I had to sharpen it myself, and I'm not a heavy user at work, so I didn't really get to abuse it yet. That's next week. The week after that is the Gin Knives Vaquero, and then we're going to be back to picking knives at random. So that bug out in S30V is going to be in the mix, so we may get that earlier rather than later, and have a live stream on that, and you know, run it till it wears out. So I need to plan accordingly with that, and you know, by the time I get there, my schedule, I'll know what my schedule is, and I'll know how to plan instead of what I got right now. If you're gonna choose just one, I would say the Kaiser Nice Guy or the what the fuck is it? Amicus. Like, I got to handle the Amicus at Blade Show, and fuck, that thing is nice. However, I have carried and used the Nice Guy, and fantastic. I love everything about it. Like, I think that's one of those things that I would not change anything about that, really. Steins versus Knives. What's going on, man? We're fucking the edge up on the Ozark Trail in D2. That's what we're doing tonight. Yeah, my budget's stopping me from a lot. I said yeah, no, they've got the new axis lock in D2. And like, I don't know how there are not a million videos on this already. Like, I am like one of the first people to actually throw videos up on YouTube about this thing. I don't understand how or why, but what's going to happen is someone like Stassa23 or someone's going to get a hold of this and do their video. All hell's going to break loose, and it's going to be a bunch of videos getting like 50, 60, 70,000 views, and I'll be stuck at like 75, 81 views. Because, yeah, this thing is $10. If you've got it at your Walmart, it is 10 American dollars. And so far, we are just about 2 hours into this, and this edge is doing great. Well, like, the only reason I know it exists is I saw one lone post from EDC and Lace on Instagram with a picture of this thing, and that's the only time I've seen it show up outside of me doing a video. And I saw one pocket check on YouTube so far when I went to search to see if anybody else was doing videos, and I just missed something. I will be amazed if there doesn't wind up being a massive hype train on this and everybody doesn't lose their fucking minds over it. I will be shocked. All right, brother. We will see you later if you can get here. One of your Walmart should have it. Like I said, you just need one with a good sporting goods section. Like the one next to my work doesn't have shit for sporting goods, really. Like there's no knife case. There's nothing except like a small selection back behind the counter behind glass. Cool, man. I appreciate it. I hope to see it. I want to see a reaction when you get into that box. I do. Yeah, like I'm planning on picking up a couple more to probably do giveaways with on the channel. It'll cost damn near as much to ship them out as the knife does, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it worth the effort. But we'll get that figured out. Like I said, it may be this knife and a couple of beads. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's going on, brother? So you remember last live stream you were talking about maybe the mass airflow sensor on the truck being messed up? Yeah, so it turns out my truck does not have a mass airflow sensor, but what it does have is an air intake temperature sensor. $12 part that took 2 minutes to replace in my driveway. 60 miles in, 60 to 70 miles in, I have no check engine light. So I may be able to actually get my tag renewed and quit driving illegally soon. But now that it's fixed, I have to drive it illegally for at least 120 miles to get the computer to reset. And the last time I reset the computer to see if what I did fixed it, I forget what it was. I think it was took the evap canister out and put it back in to see if the connection was not quite right. It took like less than 10 miles to come back on. I think I may have made it 5 miles before the check engine light came back on. Yeah, we got there in a roundabout way. Because, like, you know, I know that we had said the mass airflow sensor should be on the intake somewhere. So, like, I'm kind of looking around the intake because I looked online and I could see where someone said, you know, where the you know, where the mass airflow sensor is, and then someone else is like, it doesn't have one. So I'm just kind of feeling around, and I found something and unscrewed it, and I'm like, I guess this is it. And I had to dig around to find out what it was. And then the one I pulled out looked pristine, but I'm guessing it just wasn't. I don't know if the black part turned blue. Like, I don't know much about those things. I just know I replaced it. The truck's running better. It's idling better. And my check engine light ain't on. No, I don't remove the battery cables for like 20 minutes. I think I did it for about a minute, minute and a half. But that was apparently good enough. Because like, you know, you remove the battery cables, yeah, it resets the computer and the check engine light goes out for a while, but you have to drive like 120 to 200 miles, depending on which car it is, to get the computer to read as ready and do a valid emissions test. If you don't, and I've had people do it, your computer will say not ready when you run your emissions through your ODB2 sensor, or OBD2. And like, I've had guys come in when I did emissions that would fail their emissions, get mad at me. They're like, well, I just disconnected the battery. It's like, that was your first big mistake, because you now got to put 120 miles on this, or you can't test again without it failing. So they go out and drive 20 miles and come back like 45 minutes later. It's like, you sure you drove 120 miles there, boss? Because it needs to be 120 miles. Yeah, I drove it. Let's test it again. All right, because I can't tell them I guarantee it'll fail. Like, legally, I can't say I guarantee you it'll fail. I can say drive 120 miles to get your computer to read as ready again, but I can't tell you that it'll fail before you take the test. So like, I tried to talk him out of it any way I could that wasn't, like, you know, illegal or could get me in trouble. And, you know, like, they won't, more than one of them just wouldn't fucking listen. You know, it's just like, all right, we'll run it again. I was like, sir, that was your free retest. You're going to have to pay for your next one. Like, I was like, you got to pay for that next one, dude. I can't do much to help you, you know. And it is, your computer's still reading not ready. You got to put 120 miles on it, at least. Yeah, like, I miss living in a non-emissions county. However, if I wasn't forced to fix what I fixed on this, like, I put $15 of gas in the truck. I drove back and forth to work twice, and I spent one lunch break idling in the truck, enjoying the air conditioning. And I was back down to the fuel light being on and almost out. So I needed to be forced to fix that and forced to figure out what to fix. Because, you know, I'd already done the EVAT canister. Hey, welcome back. You know, I'd already done my EVAT canister. I was on my third new gas cap, and this one was from the dealer, so I paid dealership price for it. You know, I was starting to run out of ideas. And, like, I kept trying to figure out how to chase down a vacuum leak in one of the vacuum lines. And thank God I didn't have to do that. I don't even know how to begin to do that. All I know is they're plastic lines that run to some random ass place in the truck from the engine. And I don't even know how to, I don't know how to chase those all the way down to, you know, like, I can see where they're in the engine bay, but I don't know how to chase them down to wherever they terminate. And make it through all the mess they go through to get there. I fucking hate modern vehicles in that respect. Like, I get it, they burn less gas, they're more, you know, more better in some ways, but God, they're hard to work on. All right, Steins, I appreciate you dropping by, man. Thank you for your time. Yeah, just yeah, get a video up. Let me see what you think about it. And now that you know that this thing can at least take 2 hours of this, you know, you got some idea how good the heat treatment probably is. And of course, my aftermath video will be out once this is over. Oh, that's some nice upgrades. You know, when I have to fix something, I like to upgrade, but you know, right now it is just the cheapest option possible. I'm still, like, I'm angry that it was just a $12 part that took 2 minutes to replace, but I'm also relieved that it was only a $12 part that I could replace myself in 2 minutes at the end of the day. But it's like, if I would have known what to chase down to begin with, I wouldn't have even had to go through all this. All right, we're pushing around the 2-hour mark now. I'm going to give myself just a second here, and we'll take a look at where the edge is. Yeah, like, I wouldn't be as bothered by the check engine light. I mean, shit, I've had cars where the check engine light just wouldn't go out. It's just you have to pass emissions to get your tag renewed. Like, Joseph Garcia, what's going on, man? Welcome. But the fucked up thing is the cars I had that never had a check engine light was when I lived in Carrollton and there was no emissions. Now the only time I have check engine light issues is when I live in areas that have emissions. And I've been through the classes. I've seen what, why, how, when, and where. When we didn't have emissions in areas like Atlanta and Los Angeles, like, the air was fucking, all right, Zachy, man, see you later. When we didn't have emissions, you'd see large cities like Los Angeles and Atlanta, and the smog was profound. Like, you look at pictures from back then, and the air is fucking brown or green from, like, the city's on the horizon, and you just see brown, green air on it. Like, that's why emissions became a thing, and it might be annoying, but it is providing a service. I get that. I just don't like the fact that it can create problems like I have now. If I could have paid to... Oh, no. The check engine light's out, but check engine light's finally out. I can finally get it to pass emissions after I drive about another 60, 70 miles. It's just, Jesus Christ. It was such a journey to arrive at a $12 part. It took 2 minutes. Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw that. Little tiny bit of edge wear, but look at that cut. Would you look at that? Would you look at it? Yeah, like, I don't think we've seen this little wear out of D2 in 2 hours yet. I've got a feeling this is probably going to shoot past 4 hours, but the longer this goes, the more impressed I am. That is ridiculous. Let's see if it gives us any trouble with this stuff here. Yeah, this is showing some edge wear, but still, after 2 hours. No, sir, this is not the gin. This is an Ozark trail knife from Walmart that costs $10. The reason we're doing this right now is because I'm one of the first people on YouTube to start doing videos on this, so I want as much content out there as I can before the hype train takes off. So maybe when people start searching this up, they'll see my videos. Maybe. But I got a feeling like Stassa 23 or Metal Complex or someone's going to do videos on it, and the hype train's going to take off, and I'll wind up with like 85 views on it, and that's it. Noah Brown, what's up? I have only seen the orange. If they had different colors, I'd love it. I'd love one in blue. I think that would look nice. But at least it's not in black. Like, it would have been boring as hell to see yet another black knife from Ozark Trail like this. I like the orange. I do like the orange. And I can make a bead that matches it pretty good. What's the good news and bad news, dude? Good news is they had it, but the bad news is nobody would come to the sporting goods section to unlock the case. All right, so I'm halfway there. Bad news is no one came to get it out of the case. I'm going to guess. Come on, what's the bad news? Oh, I got you. Did you only have $10 in gas money for the rest of the month, KO? Did you only have $10 for gas for the rest of the month? We're starting a GoFundMe for KO Knives to raise $35 for gas. We're going to start. We know he's going to drop by the pawn shop and sell a couple of knives that he's not that attached to. That's what you're going to do. You're going to swing by the pawn shop and just turn a couple knives you don't like that much into gas money. Now, I've talked to you about a lot of stuff you've taken to pawn shops and flipped for a few bucks. Come on now. Or it may have seemed like it was a lot of stuff at the time. Yeah, that's something we had talked about earlier, Josh. Like the last pawn shop I dropped by, they had Harbor Freight tools that were beat all to hell and back that they were selling at brand new retail price. Like I walked around, I got a good laugh out of that, and I turned around and laughed. Like, nope. Okay. KO, go ahead and post a link for your PayPal. Like, see if we can all chip in $2 or $3 to get you some gas money for the rest of the month. I don't know anything about selling knives. Someone says the words selling and knives in the same sentence. I don't know shit about fuck. And no, I was serious, KO. Drop your PayPal. So let's see if we can help you at least recoup the cost of the knife. I don't think it's legal for a private citizen to sell knives in the first place. I can legally I can buy knives, but I'm pretty sure you can't sell them legally. Hey, beautiful. Did you come out of it okay?
Yeah, I'm going to get these things off my legs.
Understood. And see, I promote KO to a moderator and don't even want the help now. KO, it's your fault mom drinks. Like, I wonder, something that you need to do, all right, just for the content. Something you need to do just for the content is buy one of these, take it out of the box, and then go straight to the pawn shop and see how much they'll give you for it. We need to know. The battle box knives are coming up. I have carried the Vaquero. I have carried the Ozark Trail. This is going to be the last week I pick my own out. I want to carry the Devo Fireball prototype just to get, like, again, some of the first videos out on that. And share the information before it releases because it still hasn't released yet. Yeah, share your Reddit link. You're a moderator now. You can do that. And then after that, it's going to be letting y'all pick. And the battle box knives, we're not expecting much out of it. I mean, the Canyon here is in 4CR14. You know, what are you going to expect out of that? And I think the Fox Edge is 8CR. I think. Like, I wish that there was more information on this, but apparently it only shows up on their website, which is weird. You'd think this would be something that would show up on Amazon. Same thing with the Canyon. But yeah, y'all swing by KO's Reddit right there if you're interested in checking out what he's got going on there. But I mean, it's a shame I can't drop by a yard sale. That'd be interesting, but you know, if I had the money and the free time, I'd be like, you know what? I am driving to Texas for a yard sale. Fuck it. But no. Yeah, they are going to get carried and used. There's still a lot of fucking backlog to chew through. The odds of winning those are incredibly remote. Jesus Christ, what's up with this? Yeah, the YouTube is being weird. Because it hasn't been that long since I reset my router. Or any of that. But Fook, what's up? What's good? This edge is still going strong. Like, we're not seeing significant edge wear yet. Nowhere near as much we should for over 2 hours doing this. If we get another hour in, I may start pushing it through some more difficult stuff again just to see how hard we can push it. But we'll get there when we get there. You can see here, it's been like 2 hours, and you know we probably do need to start feeding it some heavier duty stuff. We'll probably go back to the 44 as soon as this piece is over, just to see how it does. Yeah, like I said, I am astounded. Like, you know, even though we've been giving it, you know, some easier cardboard, like the last few knives we've done, especially before I got all these Frito-Lay boxes, we had nothing but the harder stuff to cut and really beat on them. But still, no, I mean, it's not that D2 is hard to heat treat, and it's not that the heat treatment isn't dialed in on D2 by now. It's just, you know, when you buy those end runs and stuff like that where shit starts getting sketchy. It's like, they wouldn't even identify the steel on the last series of Axis locks they did. And those things performed like shit. Fuck, I'm tired. All right, we're going back to the 44-pound stuff. I'll tell you one thing though, these live streams are probably going to be a bit of a different beast when I have a consistent work schedule, and I'm not even on a sane sleep cycle, because like I said, I'm still paying for the last 3 days. I don't know, someone start spamming Mr. Beast in the chat. Like, y'all seen how much shit he has been, like, y'all see how much shit's been happening to him in the last, like, 2-3 weeks here? Like, it's nuts. You know, I probably wouldn't be in such bad shape. However, it requires some fairly strong medication to actually sleep longer than like an hour and a half, 2 hours a night. That stuff you're supposed to be on a pretty consistent schedule with. You're supposed to be putting yourself under at about the same time every night. And because I can't maintain a consistent schedule, I am fucking out of sorts all day, every day. Oh, believe me, I've embraced the fucking suck. I've been putting up with this shit for a fucking year now. You know, we were promised when we got a third team lead in that we'd be rotating. So like a month or so, I'd be doing opening. Then for the next month, mids. Then for the next month, closing. And then back to opening for a month. No. And we're the only fucking store that does that. You know, everybody else, they've got an opening team lead, a mid team lead, and a closing team lead. They're all separate. They're all separate shifts, and they stay on those shifts for a while. But yeah, I got the whole ADHD thing where caffeine don't quite do the same thing. You know, eyes may stay open a little bit wider, but it's calming and soothing more than anything. Now, I will say, KO, I neither have nor use Reddit myself. I don't need that time sink in my life. It's either going to be a catastrophic time sink, or I'm going to use it for 2 days and then go, huh, neat, and then never use it again. But yeah, my new store, like, I was walking with my manager, and he's just, or my upcoming manager, and he's just like, yeah, I'm old school. Like, you're going to be on a schedule, like a... He's not going to jack your schedule around. Oh, God, Ritalin? Oh, so I was one of the first kids out of the fucking gate with the Ritalin. Like 1980 fucking 9. Because, you know, the sheer wholesale quantity of violence I was experiencing at home showed up in weird behavior outside the house. They were trying to treat, you know, ADHD and stuff like that with Ritalin. It's like the Ritalin don't fix the fact that my mom married a piece of shit that will beat the fuck out of a child every day. Let me tell you, the Ritalin, Jesus Christ, that shit sucked. But thanks to all the stress, like the stress-induced vocal tics and shit like that, I was diagnosed like ADHD, Tourette's, like all kinds of random ass shit. But in other news, like, I'm still thoroughly impressed at how slicey this thing is. You know, again, normally stuff with a hollow grind going into a flat fights cutting cardboard, but yahoo! That was extremely unfortunate. Yeah, I was going to scratch my ear. Ramzilla79, what's up, man? I don't think I said hi to you. But yeah, like, that's the thing, is like meds were just dished out. And again, it's like kind of, you know, it didn't fix the problems at home, so it didn't fix the behavior. It just fucked me all up where I was just a zombie every day. Well, thank you, sir. No, I mean, school, if you like school, you know, there's a decent chance you're from a good house. You're either from a good house and, you know, it's not an escape. You go in there and you know how to socialize, you know how to conduct yourself. You were taught well, or your home life sucks so fucking much that that's the only break you get. Unfortunately, school was not a break for me either. Because of the weird behavior, I got bullied fucking so bad. You know, the big difference, though, is the houses I was in when it was happening. When mom married that piece of shit, I was like 8 or 9 years old. And like before him, like I was a fucking hard ass. You know, like we had a, like I was in 4th grade and we had a kid in my class who was held back 2 years and he was like fucking 8 inches taller than everybody else. And he was like trying to push people around. I wasn't fucking having it. Like I fucked his shit up a couple times because he tried it with me. But, you know, after that, things got so miswired that, you know, like, we were in a small town after that apartment complex. That apartment complex, dude, like, nobody messed with me. Like, I wasn't, like, you know, running the neighborhood or anything. Like, I wasn't, you know, I wasn't the guy taking over and running stuff. You know, but nobody messed with me. And then we got out to a small town in Georgia called Pine Lake City. And there it was a small enough town that like the worst fight you had is you had to deal with two people at once, which I could still handle. You know, as long as my fight or flight response didn't go completely haywire, like I could handle dealing with two people. But then I got into an area when I moved out of that house and got away from those people, and moved in with my dad. He was in one hood rat ass area, so you know you don't really get one-on-one fights. You'll deal with like 4 or 5 people at once, and if you win, like you fight a guy. All right, Sergio, what's up? Oh yeah, no, Clyde Frog, what's up? You know, I went through it. I went through it bad. But at some point between, you know, my own personal issues and everything else, I was like, I'm going to get help for the problems that I have. And I've been working on myself for like the last 14 years, you know? I'm pretty well adjusted now. That being said, if I don't watch myself and watch how I conduct myself and my temper gets the better of me because of all those years, shit gets real bad real fast. But I haven't really lost my temper with anybody properly in like 10 years now. Yeah, but Clyde Frog, I think I've seen you here before. I don't know, there's been a lot of people coming through and I'm too exhausted for my memory to work quite right. But we have got the $10 Ozark Trail Knife and D2 that we're screwing around with. And, you know, like I mentioned earlier, yeah, no, this is the one Punisher named the Dropout. Such a good name. Such a good name. This thing is cutting great, dude. Like, we are 2.5 hours in, and it's still doing just fine. There's a bit of wear, but nothing crazy. Yeah. Not only that, but it's on bearings. Like, everything about this is skookum as fuck. Like, this is nuts. All right, Wilderness. Thank God your 3-year-old can't hear this. Your 3-year-old knows so many bad words. And like, you can tell I'm tired too. But no, that's why I was saying I don't understand why there's not already a million videos on this thing out there. I don't get it. Like, I'm expecting it any day now. If we don't have some kind of hype train go off on this thing, I'm going to be thoroughly shocked. I think, again, it says injection molded scales, or injection scales. Now, let's see. I believe, yeah, these guys, it said polypropylene for the scales. This feels very similar to the polypropylene on this. Let's see what I got here. It sounds like the same material when I'm tapping it. No, dude. This right here, over the holidays, when this and where is it? That's not it. Not it. So when this and this dropped over the holidays last year, everyone lost their fucking minds. There were a million videos on it from every channel conceivable. $5 access locks. So every time Ozark Trail drops an Axis lock, everybody freaks out. There was a third one. You had to buy a whole set of knives just to get that one. I couldn't find that set, but people were buying the whole set and throwing the rest out for that one Axis lock. The first year they did that, everybody freaked out over a $6 Axis lock. You know, how good can a $6 knife be? Everybody got in on it. So, as big as the freak out was for these with the mystery steel and the crap action and all that, and this one being like, if you go back and look at my videos, I tell you exactly what was wrong with this thing out of the box, and every single one of these they made. Like, they did not make one that did not have a serious problem. The hype train went nuts. So for these being low quality beater knives, to jump up to this from this, there's no way. I cannot understand why there wouldn't be a massive, massive reaction. You know, I don't understand it. And then again, they may have only been at Walmart for a week or two now and people haven't caught up on them yet. Because I don't know when they released, and of course, you don't have a model name or anything to go find out when it released. But yeah, like I was saying, I don't think the polypropylene will take dye. But if it does, shoot me pictures. I'm kind of curious. All right, man. Have a good night, Ramzilla. Enjoy school. And yes, I carried this for a week already. It does make a good solid EDC. Damn it. Well, it's been a hot minute. Punisher, you want to pick the next figure out? We have been devoid of super chats. I think those have all come in for the night. Which, again, we're over halfway to that sharpness tester. We're over halfway there. I think Puns usually goes with the Grim Reaper. I think. I'm trying to remember. All right. We did the night earlier, but fuck it. I don't care anymore. They don't have to be... All right, the property value has been lowered. I'll say one thing I am reasonably happy about. I'm off work tomorrow. And then Saturday, I'm doing a mid instead of opening for a fucking change. Which I see so few mid shifts. So few. I can't believe this thing is zipping through this stuff so easily. So this is the 44-pound stuff that you actually have to push through with a lot of knives. This one doesn't give a shit. It's not as easy as the Frito-Lay boxes, but it's still way easier than it's been with a lot of these things. Eh. Oh, nice. Hopefully you got some cool shit at Harbor Freight and Home Depot. I am going to try. Is that maybe a stylized Bit Dog? Or is Bit DVG? I'm trying, but welcome. All right, KO, we'll see you in a bit. We'll be here for a while. So, like, your name is new to me, so we've got this $10 Ozark trail knife from Walmart in D2 steel, and we're seeing how long it takes to doing this to fuck the edge up, and then I get to hang out with you guys. So that's what we are doing tonight. Yeah, no, get yourself at least one. This is just one of those things where, especially with how it's doing. Joseph, you out of here? No, you're not out of here. You know, like I said, I've already carried this for a week. It did great as a daily driver. It did great. And this right here is blowing my damn mind. Like, the edge geometry is good. The grind is good. All that's good. Oh, all right, cool. Like I said, this 44-pound cardboard tends to take a lot more push to get through, and this is just zipping through it. Oh, gotcha. See, that's why I was saying, like, you're probably not going to be able to dye these. Bro, that is the next thing that Ozark Trail should do. Something like this with this kind of quality, but like white G10 scales and more commonly sized bits and pieces so you can customize it. You know, easily removable thumb studs. That way you can customize this thing. Bro, that would be huge. $10, $15 Ozark Trail with good materials on it, and you can customize it easily. Get out of here. Get out of here. .3D printing is a thing, but you know, 3D printing hasn't gotten to the point, unless you're like resin printing, where you can really get into this. And then you still have to know how to like get into use the software and all that. Like, that's where things start getting tricky. And of course, if you had the right amount of skill, you could make your own scales from scratch and do that. And, you know, honestly, if I was confident with like silicone casting, I would totally make a mold out of these and then do different scales that way. Because again, I've got stuff I want to see show up on knives. Like I gave Vosteed the thing, thermochromic resin. I want to see it show up on knives. I want to see it show up. If I had access to silicone mold making and a little bit of guidance, I would make that. I don't think it'd be that hard to do either. Like, you set it down on a flat surface, make sure you got a good seal on it, and then pour the silicone over it, and you should be fine. Yikes. You know, let that set up and you got your mold and you can pour whatever the fuck you want in there. is just imagine if I could pour resin for scales and just pour into a mold, I could do so much shit. Which, you know, if I had the spare cash for it, and you know the time and energy needed to waste some materials learning, I would go ahead and start doing that, figuring out how to make silicone molds of these things and pour those, because like, you know, the insides of these would be skeletonized out a little bit and something like that. My biggest thing here would be making room for the yeah, to be making room for the Omega springs, which that may be a pain in the ass. Yeah, but like the thing I want to do is Alumilite scales, resin that you pour. When I talked to the guys at Vosteed about their experiments with the raccoon, you know, they're trying to figure out how to run the mill at the right speed where it doesn't chip out like crazy, but it also doesn't melt. You know, but for something like the Vaquero, that shit's flat. I could, if I had, you know what? You know what? These scales would actually be fairly easy to reproduce. Maybe not. I don't know. I said I gotta figure something out because I need to like I need to figure out how to do stuff like that. Okay, we have pushed this pretty hard for a minute. I've seen copper being milled out on a CNC mill, and that stuff likes to gum your tools up pretty bad. All right, now we're starting to see the wear. Then again, see, now we're starting to kind of see what we would see after about an hour. Yeah. Like, it's definitely not as sharp as it was. But still. It's holding up better than the other D2 that we've used. I think the, yeah, it's doing better than I remember other D2s doing, so far. Come on, give me a clean cut somewhere. Yeah, I mean, it's still holding up. Like, I'm going to give myself a couple minutes here, and we're going to go back in. But yeah, I'm starting to wear out. Like, the steel's not going to beat me. We are going to keep going because, like, this is something we need to know about. Yeah, no, the fine edge is going away. Like, the fine edge is always gone after the first hour, and it was definitely not as sharp as it was after the first hour, but it's wearing out so damn slowly right now. Now, we could have one of those things where we get past 3.5 hours, and just all of a sudden the whole thing goes. You know, we've had that happen before. But we won't know until we get there. You know, it doesn't even feel like it's beginning to get to the point where it's going to start tearing and rolling the cardboard on the cuts. Although, that being said, this feels like it might be a time for me to do a metal complex. Yeah, no, you're right. Might be time for me to do a metal complex and go use the bathroom, but bring the chat with me because that's starting to become a problem. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. I'm going to take y'all with me in the chat. And I can bring a pizza box down too. Okay, so two things. One, if you have to ask someone to define a lot, you watch a lot of porn. Two, you should ask everybody you can think of if they like, just take your designs and ask everybody, you like this? Can I design for you? You never know. Someone might say yes, or everyone might say no. But if everyone says no, you got your answer. If someone says yes, you're in business. And because you know I spoil you guys, eh. All right. I'm trying to remember. I don't think any Blockbuster I've been to had porn. I don't think. Like, we're basically gonna call this 2.5 hours so far. And I can tell there's edge wear on this, but still. And what closed 22 minutes ago? Because I know it's not a Blockbuster. Like, I've been at video stores that had that back room, but not a Blockbuster. I think you'd mentioned that at one point. Closest I can come to that is I was on a podcast with a friend of mine for a little while there, which it was a kind of an interesting mess. But one of our guys there has he's got a voice from God. Like, he's got one of those voices, and he did some voiceover work for a hentai. He wouldn't tell us which one it was, just that he did it. And I wish... Hang on. Actually, yes. Hang on, guys. Check this out. Actually, yes. Hang on, guys. Check this out. So the guy did this for me.
This dump is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, the highest rated game on Apple and Android. Get for free today.
So yeah, like that guy did that for me because I got like a meme that I use everywhere, and somehow I think that's what it was. Like, the kids strapped into the toilet, and I was making fun of Raid Shadow Legends for that. But yeah, he did that for me. All right, KO. See you in a little bit. Yeah, it's just the dude said he did voiceover for a hentai, just would not tell us which one it was for obvious and self-respecting reasons. Trying to remember the thing with King Pope Caesar. What's going on, man? Welcome. Welcome. So if you're just getting here, we're beating the shit out of the $10 Ozark Trail in D2. I'm trying to get these videos before everybody else does. And right now, we're cutting up a pizza box because I spoil you guys. What's going on, dude? Like I said, we're just we're having a good time seeing how long the D2 on this holds up. It is doing fantastic. For $10, I'm blown away. And other than that, we're shooting the shit and not too much besides that, really. I think plot is code word for tentacles. Yes, also that. I don't think I've ever intentionally watched a hentai. Now, that being said, when I took the kids and left the ex-wife, because the bank had to wait legally like 9 months to completely foreclose on the house, I was using that as storage for our stuff so I could make trips back there and pick stuff up when I could. I only made like a couple of trips, but like on the second trip, somebody had gone in the house and busted open bags of flour and sugar all over the living room and the kitchen. And then there were printed out pictures of hentai off of someone's computer just laid in a big ass circle all around the living room floor. Like somebody was going in there and they were punching the munchkin as hard as they could, I guess, on flour and sugar. I don't understand what the hell. All right, give it a second. There we are. But like it was just that. I don't understand what that was. I genuinely don't. Yeah, this thing is still like. Yeah, we're talking about too many things I know nothing about. I don't think I've seen a trailer or anything for Alien Romulus. Like, I'm sitting here going, what the hell is this and why is this? Like, that's the first time I'm hearing about that. And of course, I need to see Deadpool and Wolverine, but that's also not happening. If I'm lucky, I'll get it on DVD when it moves over there. But, you know, I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. That being said, I know a friend of mine. If that's another movie in the Alien franchise, I have a friend that's going to be all about it. So what we're learning here is Josh owns a fedora and a katana. I think that's what we've learned here. Like, I remember at one point in my life too, I was like, fedoras are cool because they're old people shit that's not popular. And then it became, oh, those are no longer cool. Like, I look back and kind of realize what I would have looked like if I had money, and it's just like, whoa, bruh. Like, there was already cringe with me trying to look cool with having no fucking money whatsoever and trying to do it with, like, no resources. And not really having an idea what I was doing. Like, you're talking about basically trying to make what your 6-year-old drew as something they thought was cool come to life. It was definitely cringeworthy. But, whoo boy, it could have been so much worse. Chat died. It's ASMR time. Oh, I've seen the tractor. I've seen the tractor, and I remember going, that's awesome, but I cannot even begin to fucking afford it. Because how much was that thing? If I remember right, I looked at it and it was way out of my reach. Yeah, that's the thing is I was trying to go for something, a mashup of like some goth, some industrial, some like pop industrial, and some punk and some metal. Like it, no sense of direction. You're talking about just whatever fucking clothes I had that did not fit that. And it's like, okay, wallet chains are cool. I got 6 of those, which that was actually kind of cool. But you know, I was just trying to come up with something out of nothing. I was just so bad. The only real pictures of me I've seen from that time were from before I was trying to do something, and then after when I was looking more standard issue. Oh, bro, I still have Jeanco jeans and Jeanco shorts. I almost fit into my Jeancos again. I've got the Buddhas with the green glow in the dark stripe on them. I was gonna wear those to Blade Show this year, but they were just a hair too small. So I figured by next year I'll be able to wear Jeancos at Blade Show, which should be cool. Like, I want to wear my Jeancos again, and I want to wear them at Blade Show 25. And, like, I'm not even trying, but I'm shedding a bunch of fucking weight just walking, like, 7 miles a day at work. Why is this thing still slicing so damn good? Yeah, I've got a pair that started falling apart, so I turned them into cutoffs. I've got some actual shorts, and then I got my Buddhas. They're all like the shorts and the Buddhas are still in good shape. There might be a little bit faded, but I can't fit in them right now. Like, I wish I had a pair of the Mammoths. Those would have been awesome. But the Buddhas were big even by Jinko standards too. And I keep trying to see if there's like a price online for them that I can find, but the only thing that I've found repeatedly is an eBay listing for like $2,200 for a pair in worse shape than the ones I have. I don't believe that listing at all. Why is this thing still slicing so damn good? Yeah, like that makes more sense. So like high school, kind of one of the things that I did that I picked up from a friend of mine was flannel shirts with the sleeves cut off. And all right, Jerry, appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for your time. But flannel shirts with the sleeves cut off, which was just horribly uncool to do at the time. But guess what was super popular like 2 fucking years later? Like shit I got my ass bullied off for. Like 2 years later, guess what stupid popular? Like I'm still a little bit salty about that, I'll be honest. Like I was about 18 months too early for that to be setting a trend. This stuff is pretty tough. Oh yeah. No, so we had Abercrombie and Fitch, we had Gap, we had Old Navy. And like I steered well clear of those guys just because the people that were the shittiest to me were super big into that. And it's just like, no. Nothing you're doing is cool, but at least y'all look the same. You know, and then after I got out of high school, you know, and kind of settled into myself a little bit more, you know, at least with the guys I hung out with, you know, the cool thing was to find something badass from a brand nobody else knew about, you know, just finding really cool, obscure shit. And I got into that for a while. And then it kind of settled into me still trying to find, oh, cool. Yeah, I remember seeing the Main Street and liking that. But You know, I kind of fell out of that. Like, you know, it's a lot easier now to find something from a small brand that's really good. But now I'm kind of at the point where I'd like to buy the name brand that everybody else buys to see what's so good about it. And usually it's like, oh shit, this is good. No wonder everybody likes it. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of my stuff is just left over from the old times. Like you know, from right after the divorce when I wasn't paying bills but I still had some money coming in. And then like the newer stuff is a lot of stuff either ordered off Amazon or $5 shirts and pants. Really right now I'm just wearing my work pants every day. My old stuff is only just now starting to fit again, but I still need the extra pocket for the phone, which is, you know, kind of where I'm at. And my old carpenter jeans that used to hold my phone nicely, that pocket's now way too fucking small for any phone being made today. Like, I think the Samsung Galaxy 3 was where it was starting to get just a little bit too large to fit in that pocket. Yeah, when I was coming up, the coolest shit was at Spencer's had some okay stuff, but they weren't the place. Hot Topic was becoming a thing, and that was a good place to go, but Gadzooks. Who the fuck remembers Gadzooks? That place was the shit. Like, that was my favorite spot. T-shirts and lava lamps and sex toys. Like, that's what Spencer's was. And Gadzooks had a cologne called Pimp that they carried. It was like 15 bucks a bottle, but somehow, like, I would wear that and I would get so much attention. All right, Fook, we will see you in a bit. Yeah, it was right there in the mix with a Hot Topic and Spencer's. But like the thing is, like, I didn't get a lot of attention from females. Yeah, Fook, have a great night. Maybe we'll see you again in a few here. This thing's probably gonna be going for a while. But you know, then I would spray that fucking Pimp shit on, and all of a sudden it was just nonstop. Oh my god, you smell amazing, and like way more attention than I was used to getting, and it was very intense attention. And it's like, all right, this is awesome. And then apparently it became illegal to sell, and now it's completely vanished. Even though I'd love to have another bottle, like that stuff vanished easily 15 to 17 years ago. Like, it was a great thing, and according to the internet, it was apparently just legal. Like, it became banned, like at the government level. So, like, you couldn't legally sell it, and I'm not sure why. I think it had a bunch of pheromones in it, which was a part of the magic, but it still smelled good outside of that. You know, when I first met the ex-wife and we were starting to get involved, her car, I would spray like a good bit of the that cologne in the air vents of her car. So she was thinking about my ass the rest of the fucking day. God, I miss KB Toys. I was just talking about that the other day. Like at that point where KB Toys just became pretty much nothing but clearance for old toys, I was all about that shit. Everything in there was so cheap. There was so much cool shit in there. Like I had so many things I picked up, even when I was like 15 or 16. Like I was still buying shit like crazy from there. Like it's not like I'd really do much there now, but I have such fond memories of going in there and just buying basically stuff at clearance prices. Oh, shit. Yeah, that was the thing, is like the KB near me also just shut down. Like it's gone. And it's not even like that was a short walk from the house either. It took like 2.5 hours to walk up there. So it's not like I was half-assing it either. I forgot how difficult these Tidy Cats boxes were to cut up. Jesus. I think we may be done with this box. Let's see what this thing did to the edge. Yeah. Yeah, like I miss stuff about those days, but I guarantee you, like the days themselves, I don't really miss. Yeah, this is still going pretty strong, guys. Like I'm not seeing anything. Like I'm seeing edge wear. Like we've knocked the absolute finest part of the apex off, but it's not really that much worse than it was like an hour ago, or before we started pushing through all that 44 pound and whatever the hell the edge crush test rating on that Tidy Cats box was. Like the things I really miss is like, you know, when Blockbuster Music was going out of business, and so like all their DVDs and shit like that, like the DVDs went down to like a couple of dollars, and the VHS tapes dropped down to like $1 or some shit. Like I go over there and just load up on stuff. Okay, what was I gonna do? Besides give myself about 5 minutes to rest my hand. We are going to switch over to the regular cardboard again and see how long it takes for the softer stuff to start tearing and rolling. But I mean, what the hell? What the hell? Why is this thing doing so good? I'm not mad about it. I am thoroughly impressed, but still, how? I don't remember the sample boxes, but like in the 90s. So going through the 90s, like mom and stepdad weren't really big on doing anything nice for us unless they were forced to at all. Then at my dad's house, like we were stupid broke. Like dad was making just enough to cover living in that shitty ass neighborhood. There wasn't a Blockbuster nearby. The video rental place that was close was not Blockbuster. I never had a membership. I never rented any movies from there. Dad would rent a movie like every, I don't know, 2 years. You know, one day he brings home a copy of Rocky Horror Picture Show for me to watch, and I think I was like 15, which that transformed my life for a few years. And then he rented a copy of The Crow. That is like pretty much my favorite movie of all time, like straight up. And I didn't really have a lot of experience with Blockbuster. Like I had occasional trips, but not really. It's just Blockbuster is kind of the nostalgia thing because that was the chain. Caffeine. I don't like these as much as I like the Monster I normally get, but these were on sale. All right, so we're down to 7 people. Let's lower the property value some more. I'm gonna do the ninja. You know, I'd been there. You know, it's just it wasn't that often. I'm trying to remember if I ever rented any video games from Blockbuster. I vaguely remember renting something one time, but couldn't tell you what it was. But that was back in the Super Nintendo days. You know, I didn't get an N64 until way after the fact. Like, everybody had moved on to something else. Like, a lot of my game systems that I got, the vintage ones, I traded into them when they were not desirable at all. Nobody wanted them. They had no resale value. Like, you could get an NES for like $35 basically on the high end. I think it was the N64 and the games I have for it, except for a couple that I bought recently. I got them from a friend, and I gave him half a bottle of Vicodin, and I cut his grass for it. I do not remember those things. And Pons, I think me and you are the only 2 people in chat doing anything right now. Someone needs to come in and be an asshole so you can ban them. We need that to happen. One day. We're looking forward to it. You know, I don't think I've ever sold anything on eBay ever. I've bought stuff off eBay, and even then, like, it sketches me out just a little bit for no good reason. It's not like I'm buying anything worth ripping me off over. I don't know what it is. That being said, all right, we'll be around for a while. This thing is still going pretty strong. It's surprisingly strong. I said I am gonna fire up the Etsy shop. I need to. If I don't procrastinate my way through it, I'm gonna set it up and get it running tomorrow. And maybe I'll get lucky and some stuff will sell. If I can get stuff to start selling and sell fairly consistently, I think I can build that into at least a nice little side hustle. Yeah, we'll try to figure something out. I said, money ain't happening. I don't have it to spend. You know, the only reason I got this is because $10. Like, you can't not buy it at $10. Now, that being said, I have no qualms with trading some beads for some knives. I've done that a few times now. So we'll figure it out. Where's Full Fire when you need him? Yeah, that's something I got to look at too. Like, we need to figure out, because like it used to cost around, you know, $11 at the UPS store to ship a knife somewhere. Just the small white boxes that I use. That's gotten ridiculous now. The post office is still about the same price. It used to be a lot cheaper, but I got to figure out the shipping on a small padded envelope with a bead in it. Because I said, I mean, you got to think something like that. You know, it's not going to weigh a whole lot. It's not, but it'll be in a padded envelope. And, you know, it used to be you could ship something like that for like $2. Because I had done that with the resin jewelry, and that's part of where, like, you gotta think a pair of resin earrings that look exactly like gummy bears, color and everything, for like $7 or $8 shouldn't have been too much of an ask with shipping included. But yeah, I would like to have 8 to 12 packages to ship every couple of days. I'd love to have, like, you know, 7 or 8 of those go, and then on my day off I make another 7 or 8 and get those sold. I don't see that happening, but it's a nice thought. I enjoy thinking about it. You know, I've also got my concerns that just like the pins and just like the you know, just like the pins, just like the resin jewelry and all that, everyone's gonna be like, those are amazing, you should sell them, and then I put them up for sale and no one buys them. Yeah, we're down to like 3 people watching. Like, this is just turning into an ASMR live stream. Lou, what's going on, man? Welcome back. How you doing? We're trying to wreck the edge on this Ozark Trail Axis knife, like $10. We've hit the point where the stream is like at maybe 4 or 5 viewers, so it's turned into an ASMR stream. But what do you do? Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Like, I was excited to play with this thing. I'm having fun with it. I am amazed at how well it's doing. This thing has got a little over 3 hours of cutting time on it, and it's still going strong, which I don't understand. But yeah, otherwise, I'm doing well. I spent my day while I was out of bed before this making lanyard beads in the garage. So it's been a nice, quiet, uneventful day. Bing Bong, what's going on, man? Welcome, welcome. Oh, not too much, man. We're working on fucking up the edge on this Ozark Trail, which, if you haven't seen this thing, D2 steel axis lock on bearings for $10. And so far, the performance on this is just ridiculous. Like, it's got over 3 hours of this, and it's still going strong. I don't know if this is heat treated by Jesus or what. Yeah, again, $10. $10. Like, I've already carried this for a week and used it as an EDC daily driver, and it did great for me. And now it's the edge and the heat treatment have been standing up to this with like no major issues. See, like I was worried with it being Ozark Trail that either it wasn't actually D2 or it was like some end run D2 where the heat treatment on it sucked or something, but nah. She chooches. Yeah, I'm gonna have to open another box soon. Yeah, no, the those Ozark Trail mugs and stuff like that, those have been consistently performing, as well as, you know, the Yetis and all that stuff and the Stanleys. The knives, however, those Ozark Trail knives have been trash, like consistently trash up until this one. Like I've got, where'd I throw them? You know, the Ozark Trail Axis locks from Christmas of last year, the 2023 Axis locks. And while these things work and they're Axis locks and they're cheap and they're great novelties, the steel is garbage. On the factory edge, these took an hour of doing this to wear out. And of course, this one coming from the factory, whatever they did, every single one of them from the factory had a massive, massive issue with the lock. So like this is an incredible jump in quality for these knives. Like if you want something similar to a Bug Out or a Kaiser Drop Bear, you know, the only thing you're really getting is some you know, D2 instead of, you know, 154 CM or Nitro V or S30V. You can't go wrong here. So Kershaw's, the Kershaw's I have are on the budget end, and they're all kind of like if it was say 15 years ago, they'd be fantastic. They'd be fantastic. But today, with what you can get for the same price or less, you know, it depends on which Kershaw you have, because the ones I have are the cheap ones. You know, they are the filter, the starter. There's a couple others. Those things aren't great knives. They work. They're knives, but they're not great. You know, they didn't do so hot with this. You know, from what I understand, some of the more expensive ones, the nicer ones, are still really good, but I don't have any of those to tell you from firsthand experience. You know, I'd love to have the money to buy some of the nicer ones and flog them like this and, you know, get better information on them and give people information they're not getting from anywhere else. But, well, I mean, China, a knife being made in China is not really an indicator of quality anymore. The brand can indicate some quality, but like this was made in China. All right. This is better than a shitload of other knives we've tested so far by a lot. You know, a lot of companies have OEM in China, Vosteed, Kaiser, like most of your major brands have stuff made in China, and a lot of those are really high quality pieces. KO Knives, what's up? You know, there's plenty of fantastic knives made in China. You know, it's just one of those things where the Chinese companies are stepping their game up a lot, you know. And no, I'm not pro-China or anything like that. Dear God, their human rights issues are fucking massive. But, you know, gotta face reality. A lot of really good knives are made in China. Like the OEMs and all that. You know, they're getting better and better and better. Oh, nice. But, you know, KO, he knows more than I do, and he can tell you what he feels, what he thinks about Kershaw and some of the nicer stuff that I've been carrying. He's got way cooler Kershaws than I have. You know, personally, I feel like Gerber and Kershaw and Schrade could all use a revamp and start making knives like it's today. You know, the budget Kershaws, the budget Gerbers, and the budget Schrades are all kind of trash. Like you compare them to even like a smaller company like Sativian or Jin Knives or Ozark Trail, you know, they just don't hold up. Like for the same price, you can just do so much better. Yeah, there's like, that's the thing. you know, again, like new Kershaws, new budget Kershaws out of the box feel like they were made 15 years ago. It's like they're still running the same equipment and the same techniques and the same stuff that they were running that long ago and just never got with the times. You know, if you're putting a knife through regular, consistent use and actually working with it for a year, yeah, it's going to be dull, no matter what. Now, as lightweight as my working environment is, I don't ever really need to cut much of anything. Fuck, a knife could stay sharp for a year easily. You know, if I wasn't doing this, it would take forever for me to have to sharpen a knife. Which is part of why I do this. That way I actually have some litmus for, you know, how well the edge will hold up. Yeah, so I mean, you're putting it through some use, and of course, those plastic sheaths on cable, it is coming in contact with copper and stuff like that. So yeah, that'll wear an edge out. Now, your one problem is if you're used to cutting that with a dull knife and you sharpen it, all of a sudden you're going to be cutting way deeper than you mean to, and you need to be real careful with that, just getting used to it being sharp again. Which, you know, now that I have some good sharpening equipment, I'd probably be doing that pretty damn regularly if it was me. But, you know, not everybody has the nice toys. And not everybody wants to learn how to sharpen freehand on cheaper equipment that'll still get the job done, but you have to develop a little bit of skill with it. Like, I haven't developed that much skill with freehand sharpening, but I can do it if I need to. You know, even on a cheap piece of shit $10 sharpening block from Harbor Freight with like 4 different grits of diamond plate on it that only go up to like 600, I can still get a decent edge on it. But I tend to fall back on either my fixed angle sharpener or my Kin Onion belt grinder, just because the fixed angle gets crazy sharp edges that are reliable, and the belt grinder is just fast. Yeah, I can get a mirrored convex edge in no time flat on that thing. So I'm trying to think, like, if you go with a cold steel and S35 VN, like the AD10 or something like that, the blade's a bit of a chunk. You know, you're not going to be doing like fine, super slicey, super high detailed cuts, but you're also not going to break the knife pushing it really hard. Like, I've seen the AD10 get hammered through a brick, and the edge kind of messed up a little bit, but nothing you couldn't sharpen out pretty easily. But yeah, KO will have some good advice too. Yeah, I like the utility knives too, but there's just something more satisfying about using a folding knife of some sort. Because yeah, you can spend as much as you want and get into like the Magna Cut, the S30V, the S90V, like LMAX. Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna beat your utility braid. So Shark, what's going on? I'm not having any problems with that myself. However, that's a pretty easy fix with like a T6 driver. Solid shark. There we are. Okay. Yeah, got that. But yeah, I mean, I can see where some scale play might show up, but you know that's an easy fix with a T6 driver. Like mine is solid. I haven't touched it or done anything with it, and everything on it works perfectly. And we are a little over 3.5 hours into doing this with this thing, and the edge is still holding up. Yeah, $100 to $300, you can get a ton of stuff. Something like MagnaCut or Elmax or something like that. Because I mean, really, the razor knife is going to take care of you. And something that you could do is there are like the Civivi Elementum. There's a Civivi Elementum that takes the razor knife blades. Those are becoming a thing now, so you could get one of those and just swap blades out. And that's not that expensive. It's like 50 or 60 bucks, something like that. You know, I mean, that's the thing is like, once we get up above 50 bucks, like I don't have a whole lot of experience with those things, because we are around here. We are broke. My expensive knives tend to get up to about 70 bucks, somewhere around there, and then a couple of them will start pushing 100 bucks. My carry knife for the next week, that cost 100 bucks, but that was also a prototype of a knife that hasn't come out yet, so I was happy to spend that money on it. One, it's a prototype, which prototypes are as close as you'll get to a grail out of me, and you know, two, it hasn't come out yet, so I get a bit of a sneak peek out of it. You know, it's definitely a prototype from a couple of steps ago, because there are some missing features that got added later, which to me is extremely cool. But that also means the prototype is in D2 and not the S90V it's going to be released in. And yeah, that's the thing, is like I like the feel of a real knife too. You know, and it's worth taking a look around to see what all's out there, because you know, it's kind of hard for me to say, yeah, I'm cool spending 200 bucks on a knife I'm going to beat up cutting cable. But if I got that kind of money to spend on it, why not? You know, and the things I'm familiar with are like 8CR13, 9CR, 14C28N, 154CM, stuff like that. We're going to test out Nitro V on the next live stream. So it's, again, like budget steels. That's the stuff I'm familiar with. I wish we had EDC and Lace in here, because between her and KO, you could have gotten some really, really precise answers. Yeah, I doubt he's going to want anything over 3 inches. I'm not going to lie. 3.5 tops. Yeah, I'd probably stay at the 3-inch range. Where do you live? Because, like, where I'm at, anything under 12 inches is fair game. Yeah, and that's another valid question. Do you know how to sharpen a knife? Like, do you know and have equipment to sharpen on your own? Oh, really? It's like I Google knife flaws in my area, and our knife flaws just got stupid relaxed. But I think we're also like, I haven't checked in a while, but I think we can legally concealed carry without too much fuss. I mean, knives should be part of the Second Amendment. I mean, it's the right to keep and bear arms. It doesn't say the right to keep and bear guns. It's to keep and bear arms. But knives make for a good bit of yellow journalism, and they also make for a good, nice little splash to help build a political career. Knives are scary. Think of the children. Huh. That's pretty cool. So, like, a diamond sharpener will get you where you want to go. What grits do you have on it? Like, you have a diamond plate or like one of those weird novelty dealies? Because, like, if you're capable of sharpening your own knives and do a good job of it, then a lot of stuff opens up. Like, you can carry almost any steel you want. You just depends on whether you want to sharpen more or less, and how much you're willing to pay to sharpen less. Work Sharp is fucking good. Like, I love my Work Sharp equipment. I have got this right here, the Work Sharp Ken Onion belt grinder, which, Jesus Christ, that thing is nice. As long as you know how to use it without, rounding over the tip of your blade and fucking it up. But this right here, the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Fixed Angle Guider, guided sharpener. I've got the Elite, and I'll tell you right now, this thing was worth every penny. It was like 120 bucks, but I can put a, crazy, crazy sharp mirrored edge on something, and, I'm good to go. Between this and a good set of strops, you're good to go. The Work Sharp Smiths. I don't know which one that is. I know they have the field guide, or the guided field sharpener, and then the three-sided diamond block. Okay, so Fine and Rough. Is it so? There's a channel, Outdoors 55, and he does mostly sharpening videos, and he does a lot of sharpening videos, and me just watching those videos, basically doing YouTube University. I can now sharpen freehand, and I got it after the first couple of tries. And what I'm using is a piece of shit block from Harbor Freight. So you can learn how to sharpen on that and learn it pretty quickly. It's not that hard to do. It's not. It's just not very hard. What happened to your Tenacious and Ken Onion? Now, I will say the little triangle part that comes with it, where you drag the blade through, I can never get that right. Like something will catch and just suck the blade down in there and ruin the whole thing. Like I said, the Smith I'm not familiar with. However, if it's got a fine and a coarse side, that'll get you where you want to go. That and a good strop. The strop is the key to finishing off sharpening. One, you'll have a burr left over, which, again, if you watch Outdoors 55, all right, he goes into a lot of details about sharpening, and he has these microscopic views of the edge. Like, ridiculously good, ridiculously good. Ridiculously good shots at a microscopic level. Yeah. So, what I do is I have got a set of strops and I load them with diamond paste that I got off of Temu. You can almost sharpen a knife with just the strops. It's a set of 5. So I'll go from like 24 micron down to 2.5 micron after I've sharpened. Bro, it gets them so crazy sharp. It is ridiculous. Like, there's one I did. It's like mirrored out. And let's see. Like, just so damn sharp. The paper's not cooperating, but you can kind of see. And I don't know whether I've stropped this up again after it got used or not. But yeah, like, ludicrously sharp. I am so tired, you guys. I said, I have been doing this stream has been going for 4 hours and 7 minutes. I am taking this opportunity for a 5-minute break to rest my hand, get some caffeine and some nicotine in my system. But yeah, so you can also buy diamond emulsions that you just spray on a strop that'll do probably better. Yes, emotional support caffeine and emotional support nicotine. But yeah, so diamond emulsion spray, and a matter of fact, if you have Instagram, Cutting Lace EDC sells strops and sells emulsion that will get your knife from pretty sharp to stupid sharp easily. Like, I still need to check her stuff out, but I'm using diamond paste from Temu and it gets the job done too. But I do appreciate the sub. Like I said, I'm trying to think of anything I have that I could use to serve as an example for the stropping, but when we get to the end of this, if it's not like 7 hours into the stream, then we're going to sharpen this with the work sharp and then strop it. And people might not like the noise it makes depending on the HRC of the steel. But we typically use the precision adjust to sharpen a knife back up after we've beaten on it enough. Once that edge goes. But yeah, like, I can't believe this thing is still going this strong. This D2 is something else. Yeah, I mean, we may still be a good ways off from that. We may still be a good ways off. We are finally starting to see some significant wear in a couple of spots, though. Yeah, so this is kind of where things normally wear, is right here is going to be the first spot that really wears out. and that's where the blade is first contact with the cardboard, and that's where it first starts getting pushed through and does most of the cut. But even then, the rest of the edge is still okay. Like, the amount of abuse this thing has taken and it's still going is unreal. But Solid Shark, why don't you pick a figure out for us so we can lower the property value here? You got the Mummy, the Robot, Frankenstein, the Scuba Guy, and the Alien to pick from. All right, Frankenstein it is. There we go. We do that, like, normally that's a super chat deal, but we ain't seen a super chat in forever, which is a bit of a bummer, but you know, what do you do? Any super chats that come in are being saved up for one of those electronic edge sharpness testers, so we can get better real-time data about how the edge is holding up while we do this. We're about halfway there right now, so we're gonna get there eventually, and then I'll be able to offer a lot more information about what the knife's doing. Yes, that thing right there. So you can get like the home gamer version that's accurate to within 10 grams for like $110 or something like that. The next step up is accurate to within 5 grams, but the one that we need here is accurate to within a gram, and that's like $250. And we're about 135 in right now. So we're definitely saving up for that. And just for, you know, edification, we have got a Kaiser Nice Guy here in Nitro V, and this one is going to be a live stream of its own because we did Kaiser's 154 CM, and the 154 CM, that was an 8-hour live stream trying to wear the edge out. So we're going to compare this to the 154 CM, but the first one I got had a bad factory edge, so I had to sharpen it myself. That one is going to be a giveaway for members only. So channel members are going to get a shot at a Kaiser Nice Guy with a hand sharpened edge on it. But yeah, that's the thing with the wire and the scale. So we are saving up to crowdfund one of those right now. You know, I kind of wish they weren't so expensive, but I also kind of wish there was a version on Amazon you could buy that was still good. But like Amazon, there's not another version you can buy. Like, that's the only one they make. And I'm kind of surprised there aren't a million Chinese knockoffs of that thing yet. Like, I am. Oh, God, I'm going to sleep like the dead tonight. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to get all that figured out right now because, of course, I can't afford to keep buying brand new knives to give away. All right. Bing Bong, thank you, man. Thank you so much. You get to pick a figure. So the full range of figures, we got the ninja. We got the Frankenstein zombie, the robot, the Grim Reaper, the mummy, the knight, the alien, and the scuba guy. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. But yeah, like, well, some brands are getting expensive. Some brands are staying really solid at the price. Like Kaiser, they got good shit at like the $40 range, like 40 to 55 bucks, 70 bucks. Like, they're doing great. Well, no, you just get to pick a figure out real quick. Like I said, you know, you just got to pick one of the figures out. That's all. If you don't want to, that's fine. We're going to keep doing our thing regardless. But that's one of the perks of the Super Chat. You get to pick one of the figures out to fart for you. And I'm surprised the ergonomics are good. Like, this is just barely starting to get really irritated, and we've had knives that just shred the skin because of the gap right here between the liners. The least picked one. That's also kind of a hard one to do. They all get picked pretty regular when we do them, but we're gonna go with the mummy for you. Those things are great. They're just great. But yeah, one of the things KO was talking about is there's a company called Jin Knives. They have been fucking awesome. All right, they've supported my channel a ton. They support a lot of small creators, and they sell kits. All right, you buy the kit and you build the knife yourself, and then you get to carry it. A bunch of fun to put them together. And so the next live stream is going to be that Kaiser Nice Guy, and then the stream after that, we're going in on the Jin Knives Vaquero. All right, like $45. You get a kit, and this is a polished ox bone. You got your liners right here. Let's flick the hole. And you got a mirror polished Damascus blade. And this should be a ton of fun to cut with. That thing cuts like a laser. It is stupid sharp out of the box. Yeah, this is D2. The mirror Damascus on the Jin Vaquero. All I know is it's mirror Damascus. They don't tell us what steels go into it. And I am unfamiliar with the concept Prometheus. That being said, we still got to get to the concept Mato or Mato or whatever. And so it's D2 Damascus. How'd that work out? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so that makes more sense. So the VG10 on that's going to be an interesting experience, because if I remember, the VG10 on the VG10 on this one was kind of middle of the road, you know, not super impressive, but at least it worked. So we got that. I don't have a Prometheus. The only concept I have is a Mato, they don't tell me how it's pronounced, that I got for 90% off, so it was 14 bucks. And so let's take a look at the Prometheus real quick. At the very least, we know. Come on, the Wi-Fi is just kind of slow right now. Looks like I need to reset the router again. Would you load? Okay, so that is the Concept Prometheus right there. And it is very pretty. CPM S35VN. So not right this second, but that is a CPM S35VN, so it's still going to be a tough steel. And again, KO knows more than I do about how the edge wear and all that is, and the CPM and the metallurgy. But we are going to have that same CPM S35VN on here doing this at some point. The backlog I've got from Blade Show is huge. It's going to take me forever to chew through all of it. Yeah, it's the same. That being said, the CPM stuff, the molecular structure, the materials are dispensed a bit more evenly because it's coming from powdered metal. I know that much about it. The elements and all that are distributed a lot more evenly, which is a perk. You know, it's not the end of the world. You know, it's not gonna, you know, turn the knife into, you know, Superman and make it take 7,000 years of cuts, but okay. Yeah, either way, you know, the hell was I gonna say? But yeah, I've got so much stuff left to chew through from what I got at Blade Show and stuff that I got after that that I don't know when the hell I'm gonna get to that concept. You know, I'll get there when I get there. You know, I know Bushcraft Outdoors wants me to carry one of the battle box knives to see what kind of shit they're selling. We're gonna hit that when it starts cutting the cardboard like shit. Like, that's why we're here. We're looking to see how much we can beat on this thing with the cardboard before it starts cutting like shit, and it's gonna be tearing the cardboard along the cuts instead of cutting through it cleanly. So I don't know when we're gonna sharpen it, honestly. Like, that's kind of one of the things that we're going in on. Like, the whole point behind this and what happens is, for any D2, we have had a bunch of D2 knives on here that we have cut with. A bunch. This is just impressive for D2. Not impressive for a Walmart knife. Not just impressive for Ozark Trail. Impressive for just D2. Because normally at this point we see some kind of tearing and rolling and nasty cuts on the cardboard, but we're really not getting that here. Yeah, like our typical D2, 4 hours is about where it starts falling apart. You know, we're fixing to hit the 4 hour mark here now, and we're still going really damn strong. And a lot of that may be the factory edge geometry, because that was pretty good too. Yeah, that's part of why I don't, you know, like I have some super steels. We have got the, and see, normally how we do this is I have got a box. I've got a box of stuff for upcoming live streams. And there will be 4 of them will be sat down on this sheet of paper. And I will roll this 20-sided die to pick one of these at random for me. And the next 3 streams aren't going to be doing that just because I have specific streams I wanted to do, like the Kaiser Nice Guy. You know, I want to test that. I want to drop the video on it and tag Kaiser and see if I can't build some kind of relationship with them. But I also want to see what the Nitro V does. The Gen Vaquero, I owe them the live stream for that. Bro, yes. Like the factory edge on that thing was good. Like it was about, I think, a 7 out of 10, something like that. Very, very good, solid working edge. And I mean, you see how well it's holding up here. Like it's holding up ridiculously good. Like that cut right there shouldn't have been possible at this point. You know, fresh out of the box, this thing actually did shave. It wasn't the easiest shave in the world, but it shaved. And I mean, the $5 Axis locks, they also did shave a little bit out of the box too. Like, and again, the factory edges from China are just getting better and better and better. Yeah, that's part of why when I find a subpar factory edge on pretty much anything, it is quite disappointing. But yeah, like the super steels that I do have, like the S30V, when I carry it, I baby it because I'm scared to death I'm going to drop it. The M390, I only carry on days when I want to feel a little bit better about myself. It's like an emotional support knife, basically. You know, my S35VN on the Cold Steel 8010, I haven't done that just because that blade is thick. It's thick and it's going to be cutting through this like an axe, basically. You know, and the biggest part of this channel too, like this channel's bread and butter is trying to find, you know, stuff under like 50 bucks that's really, really damn good. You know, like we get into stuff like it's 20 bucks and it's a phenomenal blade. Like it's a phenomenal deal. You know, we do scare stuff like that up fairly regularly. You know, a lot of stuff we test is kind of middle of the road. But then you got stuff like this, you know, $10, 10 American dollars. You get an Axis lock, you get a D2, you get it on bearings. Like it's a fantastic deal, especially with the performance we've seen here. Jesus Christ. You know, like this is just ridiculous. Like KO can tell you, normally at the 4-hour mark with almost anything we've done, these cuts are starting to get really terrible and ragged. We're not getting that. You know, I've done a bunch of these live streams now, and you know, if you want to know how they went with a specific knife, there's a playlist, the Cardboard Slayer Aftermath playlist. It'll tell you exactly how these things did within 24 hours of the live stream before I have a chance to forget anything major about it. Although I will tell you, Oh, brother, I have over 200 knives piled up here. Like, I kind of have a ton of forever knives, but like after this thing is basically going in the pile, and I'm moving on to the next one that I'm carrying for the next week. Like I'm carrying something different every single week. You know, it's kind of how I've gotten to like 786 videos or something like that. You know, like a new knife will come out of the box. I'll do my first impression video. I'll carry it for a week, do the Cardboard Slayer live stream. I'll do the aftermath video, and then that's kind of it for the knife. And you count the unboxing time, and you know, I might get like five chunks of content out of it. But oh wow, yeah, I didn't realize. Have I been doing live streams for 8 months? Really? Have I been doing them that long? Holy shit. Like it does not feel like it's been that long. You know, if you're new here too, something you may have fun with, I do the Super Budget Showdown, which I need to kind of gear up for the next season of that. Like the last season of the Super Budget Showdown, I carried 10 knives from Temu. Like spent 10 weeks carrying Temu knives to see how they do. Let me tell you right now, they're Temu knives. But like there's a whole lot of different stuff I've done with the channel. So yeah, next week I'm carrying a Devo Knives prototype, and the thing is absolutely badass. 100% badass. You know, I've got a lot of information to hand out with that, like when it's supposed to be released, how much it's supposed to cost when it's released, the type of steel they're going to use for it. You know, mine's going to be in D2 because it's a prototype, but I am fine with D2. And that's kind of a safe queen. So it's not going to, like, we're not doing this to it. What do you mean, which one do you have 5? I am confused. Are you talking about the number of months you've been watching the live channels, or you lost me and my brain is firing stupid slow? Like brain no, brain good right now. Oh. Yeah. I've got the Devo Fireball prototype, and I got a Devo Growler V2 prototype. Punisher, what's up? Trust me, I'd love to have more Devo prototypes. I can't afford to buy the production models, for fuck's sake. But now every year when I go to Blade Show, my first stop is a Devo booth to buy a proto from Kevin. And it's gonna be just walk up with $100 and say, what's the coolest thing you got? In right-handed carry. So yeah, like my safe queens right now, I've got the Bug Out with the M390 aluminum scales that I won't shut up about. I've got the Devo Growler V2 prototype. I've got the Fireball prototype. I've got my Vosteed Raccoon prototype. What else do I have in there? My CRKT Van Hoy Snapfire. Well, I mean, I don't buy anything that's not tip up unless I'm doing something specific with it. Like making a gas station garbage video. Because as we know, I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. Yeah, I'm going to guess your price on that Hogue is going to be a little bit high, KO, especially for us. Gotcha. Why won't this edge die? What the hell? Brother, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck I'm going to pay to get my hair cut. Like when I say we hit broke, we hit broke. Like buying this meant I wasn't buying lunch one day at work. Oh no, welcome back, dude. I work at a grocery store as a team lead. I was up for a promotion to management, but that fell through, and I think a large part of that is the manager I had torpedoed that because he kind of sets us up to fail and then acts shocked when we don't get everything perfect every single time, like one of those guys. So I'm transferring stores, but yeah, like, so I'll go to Supercuts or Great Clips or whatever the fuck it is next to the house, and it's like $16, but I also tip pretty heavy too, so that winds up being about $32 to $36 total, you know? For stuff like haircuts and things like that, yes. You know, I tend to tip pretty heavily for services because one, you know, I have some understanding of what it's like to be in the service industry and, you know, dealing with assholes. And two, that might be the only decent tip they get a day. You know, like pizza delivery, stuff like that, I will like tip heavy as shit. It's like I know people in the service industry where like they have a day where nobody tips well. Their whole thing's in the shitter. You know, that amount of effort and that amount of struggle for, you know, bullshit for tips, not good. But that also means when I get in there, I basically get to pick who I want to have a haircut from, or they all start kind of, you know, scrambling to be the one that gets to cut my hair. And really, like, you know, $32 for a haircut's not that bad of a deal. Like, especially when you get exactly what you want. But yeah. No, so I am transferring stores for a couple of reasons. One of them is that manager, and the other thing too is, you know, next time promotions roll around, having a, I have a, you know, a better shot at moving up to management with more than one store under my belt as a team lead. And I think in a more sane environment with more rational people, I'm probably going to do fantastic. You know, talking to them when I did the walkthrough and, you know, went and met the manager and the store manager, it sounds like they pretty much need exactly what I can bring over there. Yeah, I mean, considering I only do a haircut like every 4 or 5 months or something like that, yeah, like I'd rather just pay a little bit extra to get exactly what I want and get it pulled in tight so that I got more time. Because it's not like I'm going for a haircut every 2 or 3 weeks, you know. I ain't got it like that, and even if I had the money, I don't want to, like, I procrastinate. Like, I'll procrastinate and put something off, and then, like, something I was supposed to do yesterday might take 6 weeks. The fucking check engine light of my truck. You know, the check engine light's been on since, like, January or something like that, February. And I'm overdue for my tag by over 2 months now. And I only just now got around to actually putting the time into fixing it. You know, after trying to figure out what the hell it was. and going through, like I said, I went through 3 gas caps, went through the EVAP canister, thought it was a vacuum leak or something like that. Like, yeah. So, something that goes with that though is like where I work. You know, there's a lot of extra benefits to it. You know, I just got to get myself around a better management. But if I keep putting the time in here, like I could retire with the better part of $1 million. Like it's not that hard to do. Between the stock, the retirement plan, and everything else. Like we have guys that regularly retire at the end of their career. No one got to do shit. You know, they have got an ungodly amount of money just waiting on them. Oh no, like it's not the health benefits. Like I do healthcare.gov because money, but no, what we're talking about is the stuff on the back end. Like again, it is the sheer quantity of money that, you know, the sheer quantity of money you can retire with if you put your time in is kind of ridiculous. This is our best shot at retiring instead of working until one of us dies in this house. You know, it's a secure job. No one has ever gotten laid off from there in the history of the company. You know, and I can build a career there. Like, oh, believe me, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing here, and trying to build the channel up. Like I'm trying to build the channel up. I'm trying to get a side hustle going, on Etsy with, these lanyard beads that I've been making. Like I've been in the garage for a couple of days now making batches. I got to get the Etsy shop set up and running. You know, and again, it's one of those things too, like I love the job. Like I love my job. I love doing what I'm doing. It's just, I don't love the manager I have right now. You know, when he's on his good behavior and he's doing good, he's okay to work with. He's enjoyable to work with. You know, there's still some idiosyncrasies that make life harder than it needs to be. But, you know, when he forgets his place and starts like, you know, when he forgets his place and starts acting an ass, and it's like, I'm either quitting or I'm transferring. Like I'm going to transfer or find another job, which is where we got. It's like I'm transferring or finding another job. I'm done here with this shit. And I transferred. And from what I'm told and what I understand, the guys there are way better to work with. And the department manager I should very much enjoy hanging out with. Because they're like, yeah, he's really blunt. Yeah, so am I. He does have a sense of humor. It's like, motherfucker. I don't think y'all understand. Like, a sense of humor is the thing I use to get attention from people. Like, that's my whole thing. Yeah, maybe if I had gotten started a long time ago or a good few years ago and I knew what I was going for and got into it, I'd have my own business running and be working for myself, but that ain't happening. And honestly, I think, you know, out of all that, if it wasn't for the fact that you have to do stuff daily to maintain everything, I'd be off the grid. That being said, as badly as I procrastinate about stuff, you know, living off grid would be an absolute disaster. You know, it is what it is, but, you know, as far as the YouTube channel goes, that's not going anywhere unless something catastrophic happens. Oof. You know, I'm always going to be doing my thing with this. You know, I don't think this will ever grow. Oh no. Like I said, I mean, the thing I'm driven for right now is getting myself established where I'm at a point where all the bills are paid, I can cover everything and have some room to breathe. And then I can kind of slow down a little bit, take in my environment, kind of get into a good routine, and just kind of sit there for a while. I've never been in a position where I was making enough to be comfortable and have money left over after bills. I've never been in a position where like I have freedom to do stuff after I paid all the bills and everything. Well then, Carrie, what's going on, man? What's up? You know, that's where the drive is. Nameless EDC, what's going on? Hey, brother. But so we are going in on the new Axis lock from Ozark Trail for $10. We're 4 hours and 45 minutes into this, so we are over 4 hours of cutting with this thing, and this is how clean the cuts still are. This is ridiculous. I am not going to get beaten by this steel, but I have no idea how much longer it's going to take for the edge to crap out. Oh yeah, the grind's definitely good. Yeah, the Ozark Trail dropout. All credit goes to Punisher there. But yeah, we call it the dropout. But yeah, I mean, I've had good grinds, and I've put my own edges on stuff that did not go like this. And the amount of time we spent cutting the much tougher cardboard too should have had more of an impact. Bro, $20 super chat. Thank you so much, man. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. I really do. That is another step towards the electronic sharpness tester that we're saving up for. That is a huge help. You know, we always appreciate the support. If you want to pick a figure, you can too. We still got that on the table, or I'll pick one for you. The hell was I gonna say? I said, believe me, I would love to be working for myself right now. That being said, I don't know what the fuck I do, and my drive right now is, you know, getting my career built where I'm at. So I said, yeah, no, he is definitely the man right now. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Again. Yeah. You know, so it's weird. You know, it's a weird position to be in a job you love, but with, you know, management that you don't enjoy. You know, it puts you in such a difficult place. You know, and I've had so many days where I've had to load up on anxiety meds before I go in just because of the one guy. But again, like when I've been in that same job, but with a manager that understood how to work with people and was good at what he was doing, fantastic fucking job. Loved going in there every day. Look forward to it. You know? It's just, you know, and I should be back at the point where I love going in and, ooh, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Lou. But, you know, I should be back to enjoying going in and doing what I'm doing, because the work itself, I enjoy. I like being there. You know, it's not where that's not where I would have told you that I would have been doing well, say 10, 12 years ago. You know, back when I was working outdoors doing, you know, greenskeeping at golf courses and stuff like that. You know, I figured I'd be working outdoors for the rest of my adult life, just find something cooler to do. You know, not in a million years would I have told you that I was going to thrive at a grocery store, of all places. Especially given my penchant for foul language and inappropriate humor and inability to get along with other people. Somehow that's all been turned around. That has been course corrected massively. Now, no, it's still going. It's still cutting. Let's get the Forbidden Moonshine out and get the tape residue off and see how it does on the paper. Where'd the towel go that I had? Did I throw it out? Oh, we got one right here. We are still going with this thing. We are still going with it. The edge is still going on surprisingly strong, like it just will not die. So we're cleaning this thing off and seeing how it holds up with the paper. It's like it's been showing the wear, but so damn slowly. Like it's mind-blowing how slow it's been. Absolutely mind-blowing. Well, I will say this, Bing Bong, and please believe me when I say this, because I say it with all 10 toes on the ground. There is nothing I enjoy doing more than nothing. All right, I love sitting around the house doing nothing. I love nobody expecting shit from me. I love having not much to do. So when I say I enjoy my job, I am really, really making a quite bold declaration. All right. Like, you know, pandemic, when that hit and I didn't trust my immune system to not get my wife like stupid sick, like I didn't want to risk it. We enjoyed the hell out of just sitting around the house. I enjoyed not having shit to do. What the shit? Y'all saw that, right? So what we're saying, I don't understand. What was up with that one damn cut? Bing Bong, we are not at sharpening yet. That's it. We got to go until the edge is totally worn out. Like I said, the whole point behind this live stream is to see how long it takes to destroy the edge. We haven't destroyed it yet. You know, and I'll tell you, when we were waiting to get vaccinated, so I felt safe going in public, because like my immune system's messed up, the wife's immune system's really messed up, and I've had friends that were killed by picking up a coronavirus. I just sat on my ass and played Destiny 2 for like 17 hours a day. You know, and I was perfectly content doing that. I only stopped playing because I did one raid 27 times and the raid weapon still wouldn't drop for me, even though I was getting everybody else theirs on their first or second trip through. And the guys I was running with, the group kind of fell apart. You know, and when the group fell apart, we weren't raiding or anything. There was like nothing to fucking do. So we ended up, you know, and now they've ruined the game. They've destroyed it. That game has been face fucked into oblivion. But, you know, I was perfectly fine doing that. I was perfectly fine sitting in bed playing Diablo 3 on the Switch for fucking hours on end. You know, I would have been running Fortnite a lot more, but you shouldn't get any Ozark Trail knife, but this one, yes. Oh no. If you talk to her again, it's no hard feelings, nothing like that. I just miss having her on here. That's all. Which, if y'all don't know about Lacey, she is a professional knife sharpener. Or it's her side hustle, basically. She makes good money sharpening knives. So, like, that's where you go, like, if you need to hire someone to sharpen your knife. But, you know, she also sells her own diamond emulsion and strops and stuff like that. Which, if I can get some clean strops, I need to buy some of that emulsion and test it out. I feel like I'd be doing us a disservice if I didn't. However, my strops are already loaded up with a Temu diamond paste, so they're not going to work for that. Well, I will probably go with whatever Lacey advises come time to buy some. And just see how that does, because, you know, of course, she's going to know a shit ton more than I do. And not sure if she's trusted in the industry. All right. Yeah, she does seem a little sketchy. A little bit sketchy. Emotional support, nicotine. Bro, I need all the emotional support I can get. Jesus Christ, this thing won't fucking die. Did they actually use D2 on this thing, or what the hell? I know, I'd heard something about the Sharpen's Best guy with some other stuff too. Like, did I check his stuff out or something like that? There was something. Like, what's the Sharpen's Best guy's deal? It's like, he sounds kind of like the Westboro Baptist Church. All right, if they're pissed off at you, you did something right. Just going off of the sound of it. All right, Kelly, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm starting to see something. It's taking more pressure to cut these. Yeah, well, I mean, everybody had a different experience. They have different opinions about it. And it's one of those things that this discussion will turn political if I let it go on too long. So we kind of keep that out of here. Like, politics and religion are a no-go. And unfortunately, the whole vaccine situation has been politicized to shit and back. You should be able to, like, if nothing else, click on the channel icon on the top left corner. That'll take you to subscribe / join / everything. All right, Lou. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for showing up. What the hell? Yeah, I haven't watched enough other people's lives that I'm not subscribed to see how to actually subscribe from the live stream. I think I'm starting to see the first little bit of a problem. Yeah, I mean, we've all got our political opinions. You know, I know where I stand. I am very firm on that, you know. But again, like, this ain't the place for it. You know, it's just like politics and religion both bring out the absolute worst in people in an absolute hurry for no discernible reason. Okay. Like, it's starting to take a lot more pressure to push through this stuff than it did. But I mean, for fuck's sake. We're just now starting to see the occasional roll and tear. Like, so when we see this on almost every single cut, that's when we stop and sharpen. Yeah, I mean, this whole channel is knives and the, you know, like, you know, the guys are the guys that have been here for a minute know. But you know, one thing that I don't like is, you know, when guys do a knife review, you know, they'll take it out of the box, they'll flip it over, and then they'll like open it and then close it and then open it a couple of times, and they're like, this thing is amazing, like, you totally have to get one of these. Like, sir, you did no work with it, you know nothing about it outside of the materials. Like, no, that's not a review. Because I've had a few knives now that I thought were awesome out of the box until I carried them and used them and worked with them. And it's like, oh no, this thing's garbage. Don't buy it. Oh no, dude, you're good. You're good. You know, it's not that you were getting all that political. It's just, again, every time you run into a vaccine talk or coronavirus talk, it turns political very shortly. So I was reeling that back in before we went somewhere we didn't want to go. You know, that's all that was. I just can't believe we still have this much edge after a little more than 4.5 hours of cutting. You know, the live stream is 5 hours deep, but you know, you count bathroom break and time spent letting my hand rest and everything, that'll add up to about 20-30 minutes. Like, what the hell? Yeah. No, this is the fucking king of I am broke but I need a knife. Like, this is ridiculous. We need to give one of these to Joe X, and we need to give one to Scab. Like, Joe X would be stabbing the car, and like 2 hours later, he's like, what the hell? What the fuck is super cool? It's super cool. Yeah, super cool. Excellent. Like I said, I want a mold of this that I can pour resin in. Like a lot of knives. I just want molds that I can pour resin in. I want to do my own shit in resin. Well, like, if you hit someone's thing that's watching the channel, like if you hit the icon on it, you should be able to go to channel and then subscribe from here with the subscribe button. Punisher doesn't do anything, but we do subscribe to confuse him. Really? Huh. So I tell you right now, this is one of the few times I wish we had a very exact way to tell how many linear feet of cardboard we've been through. Yes way, still slicing. Still fucking slicing. Like, I don't fucking get it. We have not stropped. We have not sharpened. We have done nothing except take the forbidden moonshine and clean off the fucking tape residue. It is still slicing. The total cutting time is going to be a little over 4.5 hours. Like, we're getting close to the 5-hour mark. Like, the stream is 5 hours and 12 minutes. You subtract the start time, going to the bathroom, let my hand rest. That adds up to 20, maybe 30 minutes. So we're approaching the 5-hour mark pretty fast. I do not understand. We have fed it some of the heavy duty stuff. We've actually fed it a fair amount. We're switching back to that after this box to see if we can wear the edge out that way. Yeah. Like, we're starting to see the first little bitty tiny signs of trouble. Like, I swear to God, the steel is not going to beat me. All right, I've got a shit ton of cardboard to go through right now. We're wearing this edge out. Wilderness bushcraft. No. No. All I needed was this one good example. As large as that run is, I'm assuming, and I can safely assume that they're pretty much all going to be like this. But yeah, no, that's the thing is, again, Ozark Trail. This has no business being this good at all. I am astounded. I'm not sure how to leave a review. However, my video will be up on this thing. This aftermath video is going to be ridiculous. I mean, this is insanity right here. Well, like I said, I mean, if you can sharpen, hell, you get away with this. But if you don't want to sharpen very often, you're going to start looking at some of the nicer steels, and that's again, really Wilderness and KO Knives are probably going to know more about the nicer stuff than I do. Bro, I mean, this is like a fucking daily driver. Like, I've already carried this for a week. It carries as well as any other knife does. You know, but I did not expect this out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, the action's good. You know, that's a valid point because there's probably so much cardboard dust getting into those bearings right now. The action's still good. The ergonomics are pretty good. Like, this is definitely raw, but that's just from, you know, 5 hours of cutting nonstop, basically. Yeah, I'd say we're probably at about 4 hours and 40 minutes now. Like, that should have folded over and, you know, collapsed. Like, it's just, this is getting ridiculous. Well, I will say one thing that always comes up is for reliable knives that can take a beating and still work great. And no one's mentioned in a little while, but the reputation of the Benchmade Osborne 940 is fucking stellar for shit like that. Like, believe me, I would love to do this with an Osborne 940 and see what that does, but I ain't got Osborne 940 money. Okay, the coating, just fine. Nothing wrong with it. Maybe a little bit of wear right here, but the coating's holding up, and the pocket clip it's good. Like, it's a good pocket clip. It did fantastic for me. Like, it did exactly what a good pocket clip should do the whole week. All right, let's get some cuts in on the crazy shit. Like, you see this right here? This is nuts. Yeah, no, I get that. I don't care about the Ozark Trail logo, but I like finding stuff like this. Like, this is one of my favorite things about doing stuff like this is finding something like this. Finding, like, a $10 monster. And, like, the Ozark Trail logo on it just makes it better for me. It's like, this is hilarious. Yes. Yes. Very much better than the Harbor Freight knife. Very much. That's it. Just having the axis lock on here and all that already was better than the Harbor Freight knife. But, I mean, the action is smooth as butter. And, I mean, the Harbor Freight knife took, what, a little over 2.5 hours to wear out because it's 8CR13? This Like, I am now trying to wear the edge out. You know, this is the kind of stuff that caused some premature edge wear on the Sentry L1. Yes. No, the GK23 is dethroned. Like I said, this stuff is like double wall, stupid thick stuff. God almighty. Ugh. A renewed stack ranking. You lost me on that, but I was already exhausted when I started doing this, and I'm telling you right now, my brain, no brain good at all right now. I'm going to give my hand a couple minutes to rest. I said, this right here is definitely getting raw. This is what's left of the blister from the Sentry L1. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you've got a hollow grind into a flat. All right, it's like my least favorite thing to do Cardboard Slayer with, because they always struggle with it. And this thing has been slicing like a full flat grind. Like, just straight up. I am fucking blown away. But yeah, like, I'm gonna give my hand just a minute here, and we're going back in on the 44-pound stuff. Like, that's a lot of cuts on the Insanity board. Well, no, because most of the stuff we've done has a hollow grind on it. You know, that's like, normally the hollow grind is a detriment doing Cardboard Slayer. Normally that's a problem. Like, I know what it does for a cutting edge, and it brings everything down finer here, but full flat grinds work a lot better for this, and the hollow grind normally causes it to struggle being pushed to the cardboard. Like, it just makes those cuts so much harder to do. This thing is just ridiculous. Like, what the hell? Yeah, I'd love to really have a keen understanding of how to find a factory edge's angle. Like, this thing still feels about as sharp as some other knives I've gotten out of the box. Yeah, like, it's wearing out so slowly. Like, I'm finally starting to see rough cuts on here, and we see where it's hung up on the paper and not cutting it anymore. So I'm hoping but there's a light at the end of this tunnel. I mean, you see how clean that cut is. It's not done yet. Like, there is that. I'd love to have the professional. I would love to have the professional. Which, after we crowdfund the edge sharpness tester, that best, that may be the next thing we work on. Yeah, I know it's worth it, but, you know, I cannot articulate how broke I actually am. What's happening, Bing Bong? You rolling out of here? Yeah, I will say the Knapp's knife tool. God, that thing's good. I do not regret picking that thing up one damn bit. All right, brother. See you later, man. I appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for the super chats. They mean more than you know. Oh yeah, I want a lander with the lunar surface scales a lot. I love that thing, but where is it? Where'd it go? Oh yeah, the best thing with the Knapp's tool. Oh shit. I have now lost 2 of my bit drivers. Hang on, guys. Well, in my exhausted haze, I may have just catastrophically fucked up. You know why? I didn't roll my other, well, no, the O-ring didn't snap. It's just I didn't roll the O-ring back up here after taking this bit driver and setting it in here. Shit. They are tiny. They are tiny and they are gone. Like I heard one of them hit the table, but I didn't hear where it landed. And one of them hit the cardboard over on this side. And I have no way of figuring out exactly where it went. And I don't know what size to order to replace them. Like I Is that Weehaw? Ah, okay. Yeah, it's the Naps driver. I just spun this thing and my bits went flying and I'm never going to find them. Never. You have no idea how much of a mess this room is at all. And I'm not seeing the same bits on Amazon for this thing. That fucking sucks. Yeah, we're still going at it. Okay. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Yeah, at that point, I might as well buy the set, because I'm going to be paying for shipping anyways. Yeah. Like, I royally fucked up on that one, guys. It's like one of the bits bounced off of the spring for the ring light. The other one got yeeted over into the cardboard pile. I am never going to see those again. All right, well, I'll make my peace with that. I'll just buy more bits later. Yeah, no. That's 100% my fault too. I didn't put that O-ring back. Man, all right. Oh, no point crying about it. No, I don't think you quite understand how bad the situation is here. Like literally without going through here and picking up every last single scrap of everything, they are never going to appear again. All right, well, lesson learned. I believe I lost my T8 and T10 bit. I think that's what comes with these things. Wilderness. Those are T8 and T10, right? I got my T6 still. Okay. So I lost my T8. The only caveat to that is the shank on those is extra long. I'd rather get the originals that will fit back in there properly. Like I said, I'll go to the I'll see how cheap it is to order replacements for those two, and possibly just get those and get on with life. Which will guarantee that I will find them by stepping on them or something a little bit later on. So that's one thing, like this floor is carpeted and it's so packed out with cardboard dust and shredded cardboard and bits and pieces, it ain't funny. I didn't hear where it landed, so it's gone. Oh no, I know I've got the T6. Like I said, dude, I'm just gonna go to the NAF's website and take care of it there. No fuss, no muss. Shipping might be next to nothing on them. What the hell? "1977 alive and kicking." What's going on? Yeah, it's just like I'm gonna keep staring at the floor every time I get a chance to, just to see if maybe I can see where it got off to, but like there's well, they've got replacements on the website. That's the thing. They got their replacements. They're like $2.15 or 40 cents or something like that. They're dirt cheap. If I can include a message with the purchase, however, that'll be a funny story. Why the hell is this thing still cutting? What? Hey, there you go. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, that's going to be fucking toasty. Yeah, dude, like we are give or take 5.5 hours in, or give or take 5 hours in. 5 hours and still cutting. If you discount, you know, short breaks, going to the bathroom, all that. And we're still going. Damn, that's a shame about that. Those bits. You know what the coolest thing about it is? I just fucked up. Well, KO is gonna cut this thing in yeah. I'm sure my uncle is on the astral plane now going, where the fuck did Weehaw bits come from? Oh no, what it is, and the coolest thing about this, it was at that moment he knew he fucked up. Like, I don't have the means to like cut pieces of a live stream out. Well, like, so if you do a YouTube short, you know, you upload the video to it and you click on sound up at the top, and you can just go in and search up music that YouTube's okay with you using. Yes, no, that's even better, KO. I like that. Nafs, I'm pretty sure one of my Weehaw bits landed behind your office chair. Can you please check? Oh no, this is still the factory edge. Trust me, I am trying to go until this thing wears out. Like, I am not going to be beaten by this steel. You know, this is like that one Rocket League match I played. We were in a tournament, right? But we were playing a tournament, and we get to the last round of the tournament, and this guy's teammate just dropped on him. And so we kept scoring. Like, just kept scoring and kept scoring and kept scoring. It's like, dude couldn't defend against two people that were at least okay at it. But he kept begging it. He kept telling us, he's like, stop scoring. Well, we're going to score more now. And we stretched that out until it was like 40-0. And by doing that, I missed every single fucking trick-or-treater in the neighborhood. Trying to, it was like, we hit 40-0, and the dude's begging us to quit scoring on him because, you know, the replays were adding so much time. Yeah, Lacey just had a picture of it on Instagram, and I'm like, yes, I need that. But we were assuming he would just quit after a while, but he wouldn't. And we ate up so much time doing that, I forgot about trick-or-treaters being out there until it was so late that they had all come and gone. Yeah, dude, let her know. I'm not sure who LTK is, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that channel. I know I haven't. I've never seen that channel. Oh. Oh, trust me, I'd love to have the metallurgy on this checked out. That would be fantastic. That being said, I ain't got a good way to do that. This is... This is like that girl that only hooked up with clowns. Fucking bonkers. It's like, I've been staying on the same part of the knife, too. I'm not, like... I'm not pushing these cuts back to a cleaner part of the blade either. What reputation are they trying to build back there, Wilderness? Seriously. I'm a prom night dumpster baby. Well, I hadn't thought about that in forever. Yeah, like I saw Patty's potato peelers like years ago. I think like I was trying to do knife content on my other channel and I hadn't quite figured out what, where, when, why, and how I was going to do it. And I was like trying to ask him at one point, like, how was he getting guys to send him stuff? Because I still don't have that happening. Jen sends stuff and that's it. I'd love for other guys to, you know, send stuff and build a relationship with them. You know, I'd love to have a working relationship with NAFS, Kaiser, you know, Cold Steel. Yes, they're one of my favorites, but like I've made contact with Vosteed, I've made contact with NAFS, but that was just offering suggestions on, you know, stuff to make. And I saw that 1977. Thank you for the kind words. But like God almighty. But like I kind of feel like I need the channel to grow a bit more before I'm starting to reach out to companies going, hey, send me stuff to review. Okay, this stuff is crazy, crazy rigid, and it's still going through it with nowhere near as much effort as a lot of other blades have done. And I'm going to share this in at least one of my Facebook groups. No one's going to believe that this thing actually took this many solid hours of nonstop cuts. Yeah, I said it. I'm not sure where I begin to be well, dude, this stuff is insanely hardcore. Like this stuff is fucking difficult to cut. This stuff is insanely rigid. Like it's going to be hard to cut and it's going to produce drag. Like, trust me, this is definitely hitting my hand really hard with the amount of pressure I'm having to put in these cuts because of how overbuilt this cardboard box is. But I'm trying to kill the edge. Like we saw on the Sentry, like when it hit its wear out point, like all these cuts in the cardboard were just ragging out and tearing and not really cutting clean anymore. Like that's what we're looking for with this thing. And we're not getting it. Well, I am surprised you managed to break away from getting laid long enough to watch even this, you know? Like, how many weeks out do you have to schedule in advance to just spend some time not getting laid? I'm going to assume it's like 4 to 6 weeks you got to go ahead and schedule a day, like just a couple hours to not be getting laid. You know, at this point, the tip of your dick's looking like your fingers when you come out of the pool. Like this is starting to hurt my hand doing this stuff. That always scares me. God almighty. Well, let's see if it's showing anything on the Frito-Lay box. Well, I don't need first aid yet. Yeah, I said I think my ticket is going to be talking to guys at Blade Show. I think that's what it's going to be. Jesus Christ, you're kidding me. And this stuff should be cutting like shit. You see how wrinkled and beat up it is? Giggity. For the love of fuck. Why the hell won't this edge die? That doesn't work, 1977. I am not fully ambidextrous. Yeah, like I said, this is. I'll tell you what, though. If I ever lose access to my supply of cardboard at work, I'm fucked. Damn it. Righty, what's going on? But no, when I was thinking about finding another job, one of the second or third thoughts I had in that train of thoughts was, shit, what am I going to do if I can't get the cardboard from here anymore? Like, I'm not sure what I would do. Can I don't? We're so... I'm not even going to risk that anymore. Like, the resistance is going up on these cuts. Stuff is happening, but Jesus Christ, this is slow. And I have, like, I don't think y'all understand. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 boxes of cut up cardboard so far. Like, there is no way on God's green earth this should still be doing this. I don't know, like, realistically, if there was some money in it for me, all right, if there was some money in this for me, I would buy a second one and do a second run just to see if I got a fluke. I highly doubt that I got a fluke. But for the amount of suffering I'm putting myself through right now, for the sake of the channel, for the sake of y'all, and for the sake of getting the information we want out of this, okay, I'm not doing it a second time unless I'm getting paid. No, for this much work, someone's like gonna finish paying off for the sharpness tester or get me a fucking precision adjust professional. Like, I cannot tell y'all how much of a beatdown this actually is. Because believe me, I'm going to be walking around the house when I'm done with this like a constipated senior citizen. Like, just the 4-hour live streams are a beatdown. Like, those things, I'm pretty messed up for a few hours afterwards. Like, for the love of Jesus. Yako, I didn't break the O-rings. I forgot to put them back in place. Yeah, the sheep. You know, who would have thought we'd be closing in on breaking that record on a $10, oh, shit. That sucks, man. Like I said, my bits are somewhere. I think my 2 bits may have reached low Earth orbit right about now. But yeah, like if you would have told me like 2 weeks ago that we'd be chasing down the 8-hour record with a $10 Ozark trail knife, I would have said you're full of shit. Well, yeah, and I mean that was the sheepdog I sell. We never stopped and stropped it or sharpened it. It just kept going. Well, this is one of those times where, like, it seems like logical that a whole bunch of people should show up to see what's happening here, even though that doesn't happen in real life, but that'd be nice. Yeah. Like, this thing should absolutely not be cutting worth of shit by now. You know, and this has become so repetitive that I'm staying roughly on top of the exact same spot with every cut. It won't shave. I don't know, maybe Dr. Disrespect to bring a few people in here. Thank you, KO. Keep the meme alive. Oh, we just jumped up to 12 people from 9. Oh, God. Yeah, absolutely no shave. Well, we're back down to 9. I do not understand at all. Well, I mean, with it being late at night, we should catch people doom scrolling right about now. Like, there's a stream of a guy that just sleeps with a Chucky doll in his room. Fucking tons of people watching. Yeah, I know Mr. Beast is like the buzzword right now, but Jesus Christ, he's got so much shit going on. Like, did y'all see where he hired a PR spin doctor to, like, get him out of trouble? Like, it's some guy, like, when you royally fuck up in the political or entertainment industry, like, you hire that guy to get your shit straightened out. Like, apparently, he's hired that guy. Oh, God almighty. Well, we're still going. We are 6 hours and 13 minutes in. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't just that. Oh yeah, like I've had some of them start wobbling, but usually the second time I tighten them down, they're good. But it wasn't just that one employee, you know. He also like hired a known registered sex offender that you know, they gave him a code name and kept him masked up so people couldn't tell who he was. But he had that going on. There's also some video of him saying some really fucked up shit about the Catch Me Outside girl when she was still like well underage. Like there's a whole lot resurfacing at one time. Like there's a lot. And then of course the stuff with how he treats people that are doing challenges, that was kind of already known. There have been rumblings about that before, but all of a sudden there's a lot of information about that. A lot of information about that all coming out in one go. But yeah, you know, it's like, it's kind of one of those things too. Like he had such a wholesome brand going on and it's such a good image set up. And I mean, it's just all just imploding at once. Now he's probably going to walk away with it relatively fine. Maybe not as high on the hog as he was before this started, but I'm sure he will keep trooping along. Because like, it's not like he himself did say what Dr. Disrespect did and he was inappropriately DMing minors himself and doing some you know, doing some To Catch a Predator shit. You know, and Dr. Disrespect is making somewhat of a comeback right now, and you saw what he did. So, like, I'm fairly sure Mr. Beast will be able to come back from this. It won't be the same, but it'll be more than enough. It's like you see guys that are that big that fuck up catastrophically, and yeah, they take a hit for a few months, but they come back. Yeah, that's the thing, is like long term, looking at it long term, like he'll get rid of the right people, get everything quiet again, and then back to business as usual, you know? Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, like I said, you look at it right now. Dr. Disrespect is making a comeback, apparently. Like, and it wasn't even that long after his shit went down. Because again, it's not like he himself was directly responsible for all this. You know, an operation that big, especially if you're just the face of the operation at that point, there's going to be a lot of stuff you don't have any control over or you can't be on top of 24/7. All right. Just trying to manage a team of 4 people at a grocery store. You can't be on top of all of them all the time at the same at the same time. However, from what I understand about the way he personally treated people in the middle of challenges and shit, yeah, that's a problem. We got a lot of case studies for exactly how to fix stuff like this from presidents, royal family members, you know, A-listers, stuff like that. So it's like, you know, we already, like, the step-by-step, the step-by-step is already out there. Sir, my hand is killing me. This right here is super, super inflamed. It is angry as hell. And I already had this blister that I had to cut open and drain from the Sentry last week. Yeah, don't go there, Wilderness. Like, we're going to get into territory we don't like. No politics. But I do get what you're saying. So there are step-by-steps for how to handle this stuff. Like, the process is known. You know, just distance yourself and wait. Yeah, welding carries an industry plant. I just can't believe that we are 6 hours and 19 minutes into this, and this thing's still cutting this clean. I cannot tell you how badly I'm going to be shit mixed when I get up and walk away from this. Like, the steel's not beating me. It's not. We're going to keep going. At this point, it's just like we have to see how far this thing can actually fucking go. Like, this should have ended at 4 hours. This should have ended at 4 hours, 4.5 at most. You know, we're starting to close in on 6 hours of cutting time, and oh no, so you don't pay anyone, but say like in the music industry, you know, the record companies will place somebody with, you know, they'll place them with somebody that knows how to generate a hit of some sort. You know, and they'll run those guys. Like, I can't articulate what's going on there properly. Like, I cannot form complete thoughts right now. My only complete thought is, why won't this edge fucking die? Who, me? Like, the closest thing I come to advertising myself in other streams is just mentioning that I do live streams. Oh, Weldon Carey. Oh, believe me, I'd love to have a video take off and get like 50,000 views. Like the old channel, the one I'm watching this on, has a video that's got over 30,000 views on it, and the channel's just stuck at 816 subscribers. It was the video on the easiest way to do refractory. You know, when you were trying to show me with the sponge brush, I'm like, fuck that, and I grabbed a glove and just slapped it in there. All right, 77, man. Have a good night, dude. Yeah, I'll get like, I think the biggest one I had was 7K on the first time I showed the Lightning OTF. And I went from averaging 1,500 to 2,000 views down to 500, and it just won't go past that. You know, I'm not sure why. Like, I'm doing everything I can to feed the algorithm, but it's just not happening. You know, thankfully, I'm not doing this to overtly make money. You know, I'm doing this because I enjoy it. But at least everything I've done has been grown very organically. Like most knife channels that have kind of blown us out of the water, you know, and hit like 3-4K, you know, over the course of a few months, you know, they're giving away 2, 3, 4 knives a week, and that gets expensive fast. It really does. And that's why I've seen a lot of those channels spark up and grow huge, and then either the content slows down or it becomes something else, or, you know, the channel gets basically abandoned. But, you know, I don't know if advertising myself in other people's live streams is going to get me kicked or not. Like, you know, I've had groups of people where you absolutely do not do that. That is a massive no-no. Not cutting more of that. That hurts. Oh, and that's the thing. Like, again, I'll do shorts and stuff where I'm like, I know this is going to do some numbers. It's a popular knife, and I put a popular song on it. Nope. So that's why you'll see sometimes I'm just like, fuck it, I'll do some stupid ass music. Like today, I got a Gravy Rainbow. I mean, that's the thing. I've been watching them because, like, I couldn't figure out why I was like hitting. Like for the longest time, I'd hit around 2,000 to 2,400 views on a short over the course of a day. All right, it would start off slow in the morning, and then by about 9 to 10 o'clock, it would pick up a ton of steam, and then it will run out of steam sometime early afternoon, mid-afternoon, and it would end up around 2,000 to 2,400. Now it's just it'll rocket up to like 500 and just stop. No more views. So I think the last time I checked this morning's pocket check, it was like at 16 views, and it had been up for like 5.5, 6 hours. Why the fuck won't this edge die? So, with YouTube, like when you're doing your shorts, there's a thing you can click on the top that's basically sound. I think it says sound or something like that. You can search up anything you want, and that's stuff that YouTube is okay with you using. That's well, views from your own account don't work. I think they're looking for your IP address. If it's the same IP address, they don't count the views. Back in the blacksmithing group days, like we had friends, they would basically, they'd put our videos on loop. Like they'd start the playlist and keep that on loop, and then they just shut their monitor off and go to work or whatever to help out with the watch hours so that we could all live stream together. And then they changed it to subscriber requirements. Well, again, like, unless you're on a VPN spoofing your IP address and a completely different account, it's not going to count those watch hours. Nobody here removed a message. Yeah, a VPN might do it. But I don't think anyone removed your message. The last thing I see is you're saying you got to put yourself out there, and then that was it. Because, like, the admins would see message removed in gray where your message used to be. I just find it wild that before I met Bees, like, he's like, yo, no, I've heard of your live streams. It's like, the fuck, how did you hear about those? Like, I am still a little bit confused. I don't know. But I just kind of want to know where Bees heard about my live streams without me telling him about them. Like, what the fuck? Was this made out of a Toyota Hilux bumper? Now, seriously, someone send one of these to Choir Boys Outdoors. We're on day 473 of cutting through sandblaster hose, and it's still going strong. Yeah, like, the longer this goes, the happier I am that I stumbled across this thing. And, like, again, I'm one of the first people I've seen on YouTube to really do anything with this knife yet. But for the love of God, I'm so tired. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, I will say my streams are a bit rowdier than his. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, me in my natural setting, there's a lot of profanity. Yeah, and like I love the slower pace of the chat too for the most part, as long as it's steady. You know, it's just the caveat to that is, you know, the faster the pace of the chat is, the more people you have watching. And it's again, like, I'd love to have more people seeing this. Christ almighty, why won't this edge die? I swear to God, this is like a card that you hate, but you can't afford to replace it until it dies. Swear to God. Right? Speaking of which, after I get through with the Devo Fireball prototype that I'm going to carry for this next week, his Beluga is going in the mix for the guys in the chat to pick out. I mean, the action's not going anywhere. Like, the action's still just fine. Y'all see this, right? Yeah, and I could live with doing a weekend live stream. I'd like to do a weekend live stream. You know, it's until I get to my new store, I don't think I'm going to see another, like, I'm not going to see another weekend day off until I transfer to my new store. Oh no, I wanted this to be good. I wanted this to be really good. Everything on paper said it should be good. You know, but nothing about this at the outset said it was going to be this good. I believe the 30th is my last day at my current store, so I've got right at 2 weeks left to finish off. You know, thankfully, the manager that we're all having a hard time dealing with is on vacation until like the 24th or the 25th. So he's not going to have that much time to absolutely fucking ruin my last few days there. That being said, from what I understand and what I can tell, he's moved on to one of our other team leads as one of his new favorite. You know, it's like the last time he sat me down to jump my shit for basically doing what I was supposed to do, but not like doing so much that there's no way one person could do it. You know, I was like, if you're going to transfer me, just send me somewhere else. You get another team lead that'll make you look better. And he wasn't having that. Now, you know, now that I'm leaving the store manager, she's just like, yeah, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt us. I was like, you know, I know she's not like directly responsible for, you know, how things go in our department day in and day out. But it's like, where was this energy, you know, where was this energy come time to get promoted? Where was this energy when it was like time to sit down and do evaluations? Oh no. And it's been one of those things too, where it's like, this has been an exercise in controlling my temper and not letting, you know, decades of repressed anger off the chain because he can't control his temper and has no clue how to treat people. You know, like, he'll be on good behavior for a while and build up a lot of goodwill and trust. And it's like, I enjoy working with you the way you are right now. And I've told him, the way you are right now, you're one of my favorite guys I've worked with. But then he gets a running start and slam dunks that shit right in the toilet. You know, last Tuesday was a prime example. You know, it's like I can't use my team to get the job done that we need done by the end of the night. And, you know, he threatened me with coming in the next day to watch the cameras for all 8 hours to make sure I didn't use my team to get shit done. I don't think it froze. I've just been over here getting more cardboard cut up for the next round. I'll tell you what. I'll give you the night. And that lowered the property value. Yeah. I don't know. Back out of the live stream and come back in. There you go. But yeah, like I lost track of what I was saying, but that's all right. Like we're like I keep seeing the occasional weak cut that looks like it might be starting to go. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know you'd mentioned that earlier. I don't know if you've seen the post show up in my community post, but I've been making I've been making lanyard beads all day. Oh, yeah. No, it's just the fact that he threatened to come in and sit down and watch 8 hours worth of work on the cameras to make sure I didn't use my team to get my job done is ridiculous, you know? And like he had already gotten a complaint with the store manager from somebody else about some other bullshit. And yeah, because basically, like at the end of the night on Tuesday when we do our ad reset, we have shopping carts full of stuff that came off of the shelves or off of the displays that has to be repacked and put on a pallet and put on the rack. So what we've been doing is we use our team. You know, we use the guys when they're done doing their shit to come in and help us finish getting everything repacked, getting the back room cleaned up, all that. And then and like I've been telling him, this is what I've been doing for weeks. And then one day he just flipped a switch. He's like, no, those are your tasks. You're the one that's supposed to do them. They're not supposed to do it. And, you know, Tuesday he called and he started getting mad at me for not giving him the exact answer he wanted. He's like, you know, well, what do you have left right now? And I told him, like, what we're doing. You didn't answer my question. What do you have left? I told him, he's like, are the guys doing your work? No. Well, I'm coming in to watch the cameras tomorrow to make sure. And it's like, what the fuck is your problem? You know? And it's again, like I was waiting. I was fucking waiting till the next time I saw him to see if he said shit about it. And he came in and he was like, someone else had already complained about him since that happened. And he was on his good behavior again. You know, and if I wasn't like just waiting on the transfer, I would have been like, all right, I'm going straight to limb with this. And I'm finding out whether or not this is an HR worthy complaint because I can't keep doing this shit. But, you know, after that, it was I'm transferring or I'm finding a new job. Like, those are the options. And I said, I have been told I am going to very much enjoy working with my new department manager and my new store manager and all that. The problem with me though is when I hit the point where I get confrontational, my temper, my temper, um, my temper is the stuff of legend. Like you're talking about having a meltdown because there's like 30 some odd years of repressed anger coming out at once, all off the chain at once, and I have no control over what happens until I calm down again. It is so bad. So S30V, I have S30V, but we haven't really tortured it like this before, so I don't really have a firm opinion on it. VG10's okay. It's all right. It's not better than D2 or anything else. It's just got a cool sounding name. We have done this with VG10 and it did okay, you know, somewhere between HCR13 and D2 if I remember right. You know, it wasn't super impressive VG10. Why won't this edge die? But you know, that's part of the reason I'm such a non-confrontational person, is I know what's behind it. You know, and like it's been probably about 10 years since I properly lost my temper on somebody. And that was a coworker that was just fucking pushing it, you know. And when I lost it on him, it was loud enough for the entire shop floor to hear. And I could not stop until until I had wound back down a couple minutes later, but it was nonstop, as loud as I could get. And, you know, the back of my mind is, please do anything to start a fight. Please fucking do anything. You know, and I, you know, when I do lose my temper like that, it takes me a couple of weeks to recover fully. You know, that's just kind of where I'm at. You know, I used to stay that angry all the time and just ready for any excuse. And somehow I maintained that like 24/7 basically. You know, I don't know how I lived like that. But after I stopped living like that and started kind of settling down and becoming a much kinder, gentle-natured person, when I do lose my shit like that, it is literally, it'll be a couple weeks before I am all right again. So the way my brain works is, you know, when that happens, it is a traumatic enough event that my brain locks onto it. You know, without getting too dark, all right, part of that hostility comes from getting thrown from a pretty laid back house with my dad and my mom outside of those two fighting, to being with my mom and having some autonomy and things being okay outside of her being, you know, a little bit hot-headed. And then she married someone that not only beat the living shit out of us, but he was using basically the kind of torture you would use at Guantanamo Bay. A lot of those same techniques. The first time he took a belt to my brother, from his lower back to about halfway down the back of his thighs was an unbroken sheet of black, blue, purple, and red. Social services showed up. We called it defects at the time. You know, nothing happened. So then you had to figure out ways to do things that didn't leave bruises. That's when shit got weird. You're talking about military style PT for like 10, 11 hours straight. You know, getting pinned down and choked out. Just whatever he could that didn't leave bruises. you know, and then when you couldn't do 150 push-ups because you were a 10-year-old kid, you know, that's where you start getting choked out, like throwing down flights of stairs, shit like that. You know, and you know the kind of behavior that results in when you leave the house, you know, that winds up, you know, you just get bullied at school, you know, nonstop. So I didn't have a refuge from that. So now, you know, when I lose my temper, all the anger at that shit comes out too. You know, all the anger from dealing with my ex-wife and, you know, her having a bunch of affairs and being an abusive bitch, my mom, all that, like it all comes out at once, you know, which is part of why I work so hard at not letting my temper get the better of me. But when I'm pushed to lose my temper like that, it's traumatic enough that my brain just holds on to it and won't let go. Which I know that was a pretty heavy thing to dump all at once. But that's just kind of, it gives you an idea why I'm so laid back and relaxed now and why I'm so mellow now, you know. I don't want to live like that anymore. Yeah. No, we're all happy here. Like I said, you know, I'm in a good place now. You know, those problems have been, you know, addressed and rectified for the most part. But, you know, just trying to explain my temper and why it is so out of control. I mean, that's why. Why won't the edge of this knife die? I mean, we're at 6 hours, 49 minutes on this stream. I kind of got the feeling I'm right there with you. I said, I think we may be on course to shatter our record. Like, because we've had knives too that were going strong up until about the last 30 minutes of their lifespan, and then they just went right downhill. So this is the new Ozark Trail Axis lock from Walmart. It's $10. This is D2. We have been cutting cardboard like that with it for 6 hours and some change. You know, the stream is 6 hours and 51 minutes now. So I'm going to knock off about 45 minutes for getting the stream started, taking breaks, stuff like that. We're still over 6 hours. All right. D2 normally craps out at 4 hours of cutting. 4 hours, almost like clockwork. The cardboard, the cuts will start tearing and rolling along the length of the cut for almost every cut. This edge won't die. Luke, what's going on? Yes, it's a hollow grind, but normally for cardboard slayer like this, hollow grinds are bad. You know, your hollow grinds, just the way they do things with the cardboard makes the cuts a lot harder to push through, and they tend to wear out faster than full flats. This thing is just, it doesn't give a shit. Like, and thanks to the Punisher 2, we call this the Ozark Trail Dropout. I'll tell you one thing though, when I go upstairs and lay down, I am going to be dead to the fucking world. The wife is going to be mad that I am not responding. Okay, mediocre. With the Grim Reaper, the Mummy, the Knight, or the Ninja. Well, no, I was giving this to Mediocre. He's new here. It's a new face. Either that or a different profile name on somebody that we know, like Maxilla. You got to pick the night earlier. Yeah, we did the night. We did a full cycle on it. Like, we shouldn't be able to make these cuts. No, this is henceforth and forever known as a dropout. Like, it's not that sharp anymore, but it's still been holding its edge way better than most things. Like, we're looking for this right here on just about every cut. That's what we're trying to hit. Yes, I know. I know what bug out is. I know the insect away thing. Like, I understand what you were going for there. Oh, however, I'm going to take a second here and let my hand rest because, like, this is so angry at me. Like, a few hours after I stop, it'll be fine again. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself a second here. I keep forgetting that I'm giving myself a second because we are 6 hours and 55 minutes into this right now. I kind of wish there was some, like, I don't know if y'all can see how long the live stream has been on your screen, but that would be kind of nice to show. Somehow, I get the feeling we're not sharpening this thing tonight. I just don't have it in me. Oh shit! No, I'm out in Woodstock, man. But no, like, me personally, I don't work tomorrow. Otherwise, we would have wrapped this up a long time ago. But yeah, it is damn near midnight, and I'm still going just because I need to see where this thing finally fails. This is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, well, the sheepdog went 8 hours, give or take. We look like we are. Yeah, one of them lasted 6. I can't remember which one, but the Sheepdog XL went for 8. As like I said, I'm going to share this in a couple of my groups on Faceballs, and there's going to be some pics or it didn't happen bullshit. It's like, motherfucker, I got the proof. I have got the fucking proof. Walmart owes me some money for selling this thing for them. Like, what the specific fuck is this? I said the Walmart next to my work didn't have one, but the one next to my house did. I said, I wish we had a way to figure out exactly how many linear feet of cardboard we've gone through. And I got to skip this whole section here. That cut should not have been possible. Not really. We've had a couple of weak cuts, but other than that, like this right here with a separating like this, should not have a cut where this paper didn't roll up on it. Motherfucker, I went to Osborne. Do with that information what you will. And I went to Osborne back in the 90s. I assume it was a lot worse back then. Fucking ghetto-ass high school. Like, if you're familiar with Marietta, you're probably familiar with Fair Oaks, that little shit-ass dead spot between Austell Road, Atlanta Road, and South Cobb Drive that not even meth heads like going to. Fucking lived in that shit. Fucking County Services Road. Yeah, no, because like that's the thing. I'm in recovery. You know, I've talked to plenty of people that like just got clean off meth and shit. And you know, I told them where I grew up, and they're like, I don't like going there. It's too sketchy. Yeah, no. So yeah, if you go to Blade Show 2025 and you're the first person to spot me and recognize me, you get a Sativian ST-155. Well, I figure like somebody, if they go to that much effort, should get something, and it's, the best thing to do is the meme knife. Oh, wow. Holy shit, dude. That is awesome. Thank you. Oh, brother, if I have a bunch of people roll in, I swear to God, I will do whatever it takes to keep this going for a while. Even if like we run this thing out of edge and we got to stop and sharpen it. But the edge won't fucking, like, I thought I had enough cardboard for 2 or 3 live streams, but I'm already like, what am I going to do when I run out? Like, there's still a bunch here, but it's like, what am I going to do when I run out? So what I am going to do before we go to Blade Show next year, there is going to be a video. It's going to be like, my face has already been revealed on this channel. Tim School of Fish got a picture with me and posted it, and was like, you know what, cool, I don't care. It's going to happen sooner or later. But before we go to Blade Show, I'm going to do a video. And I'm going to be facing the camera and talking and letting y'all know what's happening. So you will know what I look like. And you'll also be keeping an eye out for this tattoo. But, yeah, no, what was it? Who was it? What knife company was it? But we're walking around Blade Show, minding our own business, and we get ambushed by somebody with a camera looking for our Blade Show haul. And she was told, find somebody with an interesting shirt. And we were like 2 feet away from her. So we dug out everything we bought so far, just kind of stood around and talked for a few minutes, and then they had to go and we had to go. Yeah, so it's not so much that I'm like desperately trying to avoid a face reveal. It's just the vibe of the channel that I'm going for is the floating hands over a table. You know, as far as like the kind of content that we're watching here, I feel like that's less you know, I feel like that's more suited to the nature of the content and what we're watching. Is just you got the floating hands over the table, you got you're focused on this and not my face and not talking. You know, and I know what to do when I've got the camera over my hands and we're looking at this and we're focused on this. We're not focused on my face. We're not focused on me talking. We're focused on me talking, but we're not, you know. Right? No, I'm going to tell you what right now. If I see somebody else with this tattoo, I am going to shit your pants, KO. I'm going to shit KO's pants if I see somebody else with this tattoo. Why won't this edge fucking die? Right? You know, there are some guys out there that have gotten so many tattoos that they're at the point of like, fuck it, whatever goes, goes, and they would do that. They would. But like, what a fucking dumb tattoo to get. Yeah, I've got 2. I've got this, and I've got a decent sized piece on my back that's just kind of like my words to my uncle after he passed away. I want more, but they cost money. But like getting a tattoo for like a YouTube channel logo is already kind of dumb. But getting a tattoo of a YouTube channel with like 1,400 subs is really dumb. It's like I'm sure there's somebody out there with a Mr. Beast tattoo that's questioning some of their decisions right now. Like, I guarantee it. This beard is so fucking patchy because Native American DNA and European DNA don't play well together. But, like, there's a reason I don't have any band tattoos. Is that reason right? Like, is like the Mr. Beast thing. Somebody out there has got that Mr. Beast tattoo and they're like, I fucked up. All right. I don't think Meaty's still here. He probably heard me bitching about Osborne. He's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Brother, at this point, morbid curiosity. I just have to see. I gotta know when this thing fails. You know, we're on pace to smash out the record for live stream length, so we're just gonna keep going. He kept saying the steel wouldn't beat me, but I mean, 8 hours is kind of ridiculous. All right, Reaper time. All right, and we lost 2 viewers. Perfect. Yeah, it's D2, and the D2 was supposed to go for 4 hours. Yeah, I do not fucking understand what we're looking at here. I don't. Like, it's not like I'm doing anything different than we've been doing with every other knife we've done this to. I'm not. You know, if anything, I've pushed it a little bit harder than most knives, and nothing. Like, we're going to switch over to some harder stuff after I finish this box off. You know what? If you've got a good way to test how brittle it is once you do your video on it. Right? I swapped an Ozark Trail out for MagnaCut. But no, after you do your video with it, like if you want to test brittleness and you got a good way to do that, please do. You know, I shouldn't be the only voice checking this thing out, especially not at this point. I will say, I believe I have done more to review this knife than anyone ever will. If I had to guess. Like, we don't know what's happening here with this stuff. Because I think we have gone well past the point where, you know, an edge angle would make, you know, like just the edge angle and geometry alone should not have carried it this far. Yeah, we need a Rockwell test. We need something. Cedric and Ava Outdoors, reach out to them. Yeah, we haven't done a test on the copy paper in a hot minute. We need to do that. All right, let me get the Forbidden Moonshine out. Let's get this tape residue off of here. So like I think yeah, good luck, Gravy Seal. I think the coating is showing a little bit of discoloration, like it's a bit of a lighter color where it's been getting pushed through the cardboard. It is showing up under the rubbing alcohol or the denatured alcohol. And yes, I am stalling a little bit. Speaking of which, guys, I did go look in the garage for more denatured alcohol. I don't have any more. I need to buy more. Well, yeah, tempering will soften the steel and make it less brittle. You know, that's what it's there for. That being said, I don't expect this to be untempered. I genuinely don't. What the shit? Like, untempered steel is like glass. Like, if you see a knife maker drop a knife before they tempered it, you will see that motherfucker live through every possible emotion until they pick it up off the ground and see whether or not it's cracked. Like, why? No, it's not a razor. It's not a razor, but again, we're like well over 6.5 hours into this. This should not be happening. Yeah, it's like when you heat treat it, you expand the molecules in the steel and the carbon atoms can fit in between the matrix of the steel atoms. And then when you quench it, they lock in around that in a pretty organized fashion, and then that becomes brittle. When you temper it, that relaxes it a little bit, relaxes the grain structure some, so the carbon is still in there, but it's not locked in as hard, and that makes it less brittle, but still stays hard enough to cut. Luke, see you later, man. Oh, there have been more than a couple of guys that have dropped a knife that they hadn't tempered yet on Forged in Fire. Believe you me. I don't keep any of the money from Super Chats. The idea behind the Super Chats is it goes back into the channel. So that means right now it's going to be the sharpness tester so that I can give you guys better information than I can right now. After that, we'll decide what it is. It may end up being the Precision Adjust Pro, or it may be something else. If I wind up getting enough Super Chats coming in to start buying knives with those will be used, reviewed, cardboard slayered, and then given away. You know, I've still got some stuff to figure out with that, but you know, it's not going in my bank account for me to spend on me. Do I want the sharpness tester? Yes. Do I feel like we need it so we can get better information than we have? Absolutely. Because, like, how much... Oh, no. YouTube takes a cut. I'm not sure what the percentage is. I think it might be 40%. I'm not sure. But, yes, YouTube takes a cut. You know, that's part of why all the super chats that we got only added up to $130 before the stream started. It was like 133. You know, if we hadn't had YouTube taking their cut, then we would have probably been like 1 or 2 good donations away from having it in the bag. All right, puns, man. Have a good night, and we'll see you again. I'll announce when it's coming up a little bit ahead of time. Believe it or not, I really can cut cardboard and paper for over 7 hours. He's new here. No, I mean, a lot of guys post their PayPal and stuff like that. However, the super chats seem to be like a reliable way to get stuff in there. Like Tim School of Fish has links to his PayPal for channel donations there. I probably need to start doing that. I'm trying to get like the high-end one that's accurate to within a gram. There's one accurate to within 10, one accurate to within 5, and then the $250 model is accurate to within 1 gram. That's the one we're looking for. Like, having it accurate to within 10 grams, I don't think gives us what we want. Accurate to within 5 still doesn't give us what we want. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is the most direct and lowest effort route. That's the thing. Oh, did you go look it up online? Yeah, I think we're going to be pushing there is that. But I think we're going to be pushing about 150-ish or maybe just short of that by the end of the stream. Yeah, but like I said, doing the PayPal link, a lot of people, you know, that extra step there puts them off it. You know, and I'm not sure what it is, but, you know, it's an extra step. Yeah, and that is something else. If someone decides to do something stupid like, you know, donate money and then charge it back or claim fraud or something like that, PayPal will freeze every penny you have in there. You know, you got $500 in there from donations that you're saving up to do something big with, and somebody donates and then decides they want to troll you and claim fraud or something like that, you're fucked. You may not ever get that money back. I've seen it happen to guys. Like some of the Facebook groups I'm in where guys sell fairly expensive to really expensive knives. Yeah, that's the thing. Guys in my Facebook groups that sell knives from expensive to insanely expensive. Some of them have had guys that'll buy it, it'll show up at their house, and then they'll claim fraud or try to charge back, and their whole fucking account gets frozen. Didn't even think about that until KO mentioned it. All right, brother. Yeah, you were up way too late to be getting up at 6:30, man. But so we'll have the aftermath video. We are at the very least going to break the record. We're going to break the record. All right, Gravy Seal, I appreciate you being here, man. Like, I know it's getting late as shit for a lot of people. Because trust me, it's on the late side for me too, but at least I don't have to be anywhere until like 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But I honestly did not expect to be here at 20 minutes after 12. All right, we will do the alien. Thank you for the super chat. We all know how much it means and what we're trying to accomplish here. Even if it wasn't for this, they were still worth every penny. I don't care. Just why? Why is this still going? Guys, a steel might beat me tonight, but I ain't going down without a fight. They're called butt heads. And they are on Amazon. You can buy them. Because believe me, I bought the whole series. What the hell is this? Like, seriously, what the hell is this? Yeah, I think they were like 15 to 17 bucks a pop when I bought mine. I know! Why? Why are they still clean? This shouldn't be happening. All right, Gravy Seal, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Why is this still cutting? Somehow, I don't think the rock would do too well. Oh, God. All right, what's the edge crush test on this shit? All right, 51-pound edge crush test. This is going to suck. Oh, God, yeah, this is going to suck. The things I do for you guys. Like, this stuff is seriously hardcore. And KO, God bless you for doing whatever it takes to find where I yeeted the shit out of my Weehaw bits. Okay. Okay. I am starting to become genuinely concerned because these are still fairly easy and fairly clean cuts. Like, this should not be happening. Hey, Leyline 77, welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Over 7 hours. Over 7 hours of doing this. And we're still getting that. I just wanted to see if the heat treat was okay. That's all I wanted. This has cost me 2 Weehaw bits. This is a $10 knife. This should not be happening. Hey! This stream cost me. Why? That should not be happening after this many hours. God almighty. I just want the edge to wear out so I can go to bed. Like, we have got a few more minutes before we break the record for length of live stream that we've had. Okay, that was 2 layers of this double wall stuff. It still made it through that. God almighty. Send Punisher an email and tell him to avenge my death, please. Bro, I think at this point we're all morbidly curious to see what it takes to wear this damn edge out. Like, for the love of Jesus. We're not doing a part 2. All right, either the steel wins or I win, but whatever happens when this stream is done, it's done. So I promise you, I'm not going to have another one of these in me for a few days, and by the time we get around to doing another one, we're going in on the Kaiser Nice Guy, and maybe we're doing this whole 8-hour run again. I said, I feel like this deserves a much larger audience than it's getting. Direct edges. It's still going. 7 hours of cutting. We are 7 hours and 37 minutes into the stream. It's still going. We have not sharpened it. We have not stropped it. We have not touched it. It's just still going. There aren't words for how tired I am now. Like I said, when I share this shit in my Faceballs groups, no one's going to fucking believe me. Right? When we get to doing the concept Mado, like, one of those things, if it does not last 8 hours, I'm somehow going to be disappointed. Like, why is it still going? Like, you do understand, I am cutting up a crazy-ass, heavy-duty, double-wall box here. Like, this thing should be an edge fucker, but no. Yeah, like, it's a little bit. It's not that severe, but, you know, you can see it. Jesus Christ. Seven hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, give or take 7 hours of cutting. I said, what the specific fuck is this? No, and this is not what I expected at all. Yeah, I will say one thing, when the hype train takes off on this thing, when everybody figures out it exists, no one's going to put this much work into it. You know those infomercial knives that you never have to sharpen? Did they melt a bunch of those down to make this? Full fire, yes, still live. This thing has taken over 7 hours. 7. We have not stropped, we have not sharpened, we have not done anything except cut. That's it. Well, KO, don't let this video contaminate your first impressions too much. For fuck's sake. Like, come the fuck on. Like, the cuts are rag. Like, the cuts have got some rag and some roll to them, but again, 7 hours. Bro, thank you for the membership gifts. Hey, they're just in time too, man. If y'all aren't channel members, you're gonna miss out. Doing a giveaway for channel members on my other Kaiser knife guy that I put the edge on. That's coming. Yeah, Full Fire, I appreciate you so much, man. You keep coming in here and helping us out so much. Get some emotional support nicotine and get my hand to rest. Like, this right here is so irritated. Ugh. Like, I don't understand this. I genuinely don't. Like, you see that? This is after 7 hours of nonstop cut, like 7 hours of cuts. 7 hours. This is supposed to be D2. What the fuck, Ozark Trail? What the fuck? Yeah, just give me a second here. Right? Like, they just melted down a brick of hard-to-findium. Dude, Full Fire, man, thank you. I can't thank you enough for the amount of help you've given us here. I really can't. Like, we've made it past the halfway point to the edge sharpness tester, but good God, dude. You're helping out so much. Oh yeah, Full Fire. Did you get a look at the beads I've been making? Just I'm excited to show those off. Like, I'm so happy at how these guys are turning out. Like, I'm getting my process dialed in to make them. Getting a more production speed up, figuring out ways to do this a little bit easier. I didn't think I'd be bringing a 2x72 grinder into getting these things faster, but yeah. And Full Fire, we're just gonna give you the scuba guy. No one's done scuba guy yet tonight. Really? Yeah, Full Fire. Send me an email. All right, send me an email. Get in contact. Yeah, we got more feet guys in here. What's up, Aurelius Lips? How you doing, man? I thought we were going to wreck the edge on this knife. No, we are breaking the record for longest live stream we've done so far. I mean, where is the fun in that? Where is the fun in warning people about that, man? Seriously. All right. I know we have to go back into the breach. I know we got to go back into the breach. Someone avenge my death, please. Just, why is this edge not dead yet? Why? Yeah, I was doing good. We started this stream 7 hours and 48 minutes ago. This edge is supposed to be beyond wrecked. It's not. We don't do gloves on here because part of what we're doing with this, we're not only checking the edge retention, but we're checking out the ergonomics for extended heavy use. So like my hands don't get saved from this. Like I like to be able to share ergonomically. Like if you've got to push this thing hard for a long time, either you're going to be okay, or like last week's knife put this blister right here that I had to cut open to drain. And yeah, so kind of the point is not to save my hands. Like honestly, they are beat up from this, but that is because like of the 7 hours and 50 minutes we've done now, a hair over 7 of those hours was just cutting, doing this for 7 hours. Yeah, so you know, it is still like any other knife we would have done this with, my hand would have been in far worse shape. There would have been blisters and all kinds of shit happening. So the ergonomics on this are actually really fucking good. You know, the fact that I can still do this after 7 hours of cutting time is like, you know, we're gonna discount about 45 minutes or so for breaks, using the bathroom, all that. So yeah, of the 7 hours and 50 minutes we've done, 7 of those hours was just straight cutting. You know, the fact that my hand is still, like I know a couple hours after I'm done with this, my hand will be fine. You know, that is fucking impressive. Why, thank you, sir. And here's the thing is like, I don't like doing the whole manly, my hands are rough as shit deal. Like you should always take good care of your hands. All right. They should be clean. They should be well maintained. I have not been with a woman yet that did not simply adore the fact that my hands were well taken care of. This is actually the worst they've ever looked. And that's from opening cardboard boxes all day, every day at work and just drying the skin out real bad. You know, and I'll be honest, the whole, like, I don't like the way lotion feels at all. So, like, when I have to use it, I will, but I never feel good about it. I should. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like, this box by itself should have put some extreme wear on this. Like, you guys see, this is like some crazy strong double layer shit. All right, brother. I will keep it. I will. Like, the point behind this box was to just premature, like, it was just to shred the edge. Just put a ton of wear on it. It's not doing it. Why? Why won't this edge die? Somebody call Ozark Trail and tell them they owe me money. I don't know what made me think that'll work at this point. All right, but if we don't have hope, we have nothing. Well, given that I'd like to establish some kind of good working relationship with Kizer at some point, just had them let me check stuff out for them and do this for them. I'm almost hoping it doesn't last longer than the nice guy, but God almighty, I don't think we're going to find anything for a while that's going to outdo this. What do they got? SpongeBob sharpening this shit like he's sharpening it by hand and doing everything perfect and then tucking it into the box and giving it a kiss and just rolling the little blanket over it? Like, what the fuck? Seriously, what the specific fuck is this? Like, I'm sure the wife is going to send a search party down here for me sooner or later. Like, I mean, at the hunt, are you okay? Said I would love to have a way to figure out exactly how many linear feet we've cut. This is ridiculous. Well, I really appreciate the kind words, you know. So I'm always trying to dial it in and pull it in a little bit tighter. But I really appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to take care of you. You know, I'll be making more beads. So I'll make sure a few of them get made and set aside for you specifically. Get some of my nicer materials out. Some of the Enlace Acrylister. Some of the resin casts that I've been holding on to for years that I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to see more of them because the guys that are making them have been out of the game for a long time, so on and so forth. Ooh, buddy. That spot's worn shiny now. Yeah, we're about to pass the 8-hour mark. This thing is still fucking cutting. Please tell me we're starting to see enough wear to call this thing. Please. So do you have a preference for wood, or is the resin really grabbing you by the short and curlies? Because, like, I've got some olive wood with absolutely crazy figure on it, along with the resin. And, like, when I say crazy-ass figure on the olive wood, I am not joking. All right, Leyline, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for your time, dude. Well, I'm starting to feel a difference here. And we're about to pass the 8-hour mark in about 20 seconds here. Hell, I can't leave. What are you talking about, Yako? And gentlemen, it's been 8 hours. It's been 8 hours. You know how many that is? 8. I'm pretty sure it's 8. Like, I think that's the number we got to. Please tell me. I think we may have finally done it, guys. Oh, don't give me false hope like that. Oh my God. You know, it's kind of sad KO wasn't here to see this start happening. I think he thought he had another 4 hours or so left. There could be light at the end of the tunnel. Then again, we're definitely seeing problems. It's finally starting to crap out on us. Like, we're starting to get the death rattle out of it. Which is good, because I don't know how much longer I got in me physically. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think at this point we can say the edge is cooked. Right? How is, give or take, about 7.5 hours, a little bit less. Oh yeah, no, we're doing a live stream on that Vaquero. Thank you, 1977. Thank you, 77, brother. Oh, dude, that Vaquero, I'm gonna tell you right now, like just carrying it and using it day to day, that Vaquero is fantastic. I just wish I had a pocket clip. That's the only thing I would do different. Well, there's two things I would do different. You know, one, pocket clip. Two, make it so you can reverse flick with the right hand. You know, like you can slow roll it easily enough and it feels good. You can do the flick. My hand is so fucked up right now that I can't even do the flick all the way open. There we are. But yeah, if you're left-handed, you can reverse flick all day long. No problem. Right-handed though, it's set up where you can't do that. So I would change that and put a pocket clip on it. But you know, other than that, fucking-tastic knife. Okay, so I don't have a bunch of tape residue on here. Yeah. I'd say that double layer Insanity box finally did it in. Okay, so we're gonna take a few minutes to wind down now. Like I said, we're gonna I don't have it in me to sharpen this thing. However, I need to kill a few more minutes just to make us get past the 8-hour stream mark. I'm not sure exactly what to do with that. It is 1 in the morning here. Shit, what else can we take a look at? I don't know. I really don't. Maybe we can see if KO Knives comes back shortly and we can tell him he missed the end of it. I cannot fucking believe that happened. What the hell? I'm impressed, but I'm also mad that I had to go through that. Okay, so let's do that. Let's get one more to validate our parking. Yeah, so it's toast. Now, how far can I pull this back from the dead with a strop? We are going to take our time with the strop and really give her what for, because if this edge is as hard as I think it is. Just what the hell? Did they quench this thing in Chuck Norris's tears? love my strops. Man, KO is going to be pissed. KO is going to be pissed. Remember when I started this live stream yesterday? That was neat. Jesus. Yeah, it finally crapped out like right after you left. Like as soon as I finished that one box off, things were starting to go south and they just went. Like that's what the cuts finally turned into. So now we're stropping it to see how much edge damage I can repair with the strops. So right now I'm just kind of winding things down. We're going to strop this thing back, see how sharp I can get it. I'm going to shut it down pretty soon after that. I don't know if we've actually surpassed the length of the live stream we did with the Sheepdog XL. I don't know if that was 8 hours and we cut it there, or if we stopped at 8 hours and let it and just bullshitted for a half hour. At this point, I don't care. Tell you what, though, if anyone else is doing a live stream after this, they can eat a dick, man. Really? What the hell? Yeah, that'll be a return. Huh. I wonder if this means the QC on these is just going to be all over the damn map. Right, thank you, Yako. Yeah, like... Okay, so I fully expect you to do this with yours just to see if I got a fluke, Yak. I expect to see your live stream doing this, Yako. Yeah, I've got no lock rock, no blade play, nothing. Okay, so we have gone through all the strops. All right, so yeah, that's kind of wild. I'm debating the virtues of swinging by Walmart and picking up another one just to see if, like, you know, I'm getting lock rock or bad fitment or something else on another one. Now let's see, can we shave anything with it? Well, much like everything else, it's not shaving, but it is sharp again. So, like, I'm tripped out. Like, you would think as long as that blade ran, that it wouldn't strop back up to at least a good working edge that quickly. But, yeah, I think this is where we're going to wrap it up. We are 8 hours and 19 minutes into a live stream. Yeah, I'm not sure if that did what you needed it to right there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the action's still doing great. That being said, it is time to wrap this shit up. I need to go lay down. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, I'll have to get a second one and see if it's the same, like the same as mine, or if there's some QC issues showing up. I'm sure people will sit there and watch the entire 8 hours, Yako. That being said, I definitely appreciate it. Because, yeah, this has been ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. B for Baron, what's going on? Like, why did you... Every time, like, we're just shutting the stream down when you show up. Cheetos Homer's... Yeah, like... Bro, we've been at this for 8 hours and 20 minutes. We have been at it for 8 hours and 20 fucking minutes. The D2 on this thing, 7 hours of cutting. 7 hours and some change of cutting. No, like, it doesn't sound like it's getting a great grade, man. But yeah, like, we're wrapping it up because, like I said, it's 1:15 in the morning. I have been at this since 5 p.m. Not a damn one of us understands what the hell just happened to us. But hopefully y'all can actually get in on time for the next one here. This sucks, man. Bro, that, like, after 4 hours is like, sure, it'll go soon. Then we got into like 5 hours. I'm sure it'll go soon. Then we got into 6 hours. It's just like, what the fuck? Now I have to see how long this will go. So yeah, guys, this is where I'm gonna cut it. I gotta go lay down. I gotta load up on meds. I got places to be tomorrow. So, like, thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for the time y'all have spent here. This has been unreasonable. But, yeah, it's time to shut things down, guys. All right, I'll let you guys know when these things start on those, so you'll be able to actually come in and, y'all be actually able to come in when it starts. Yeah, Full Fire. I'm glad you were here too. I appreciate you so much, man. But good night, everyone.